Okay, so Cindy's asked us to be super fast today. So no slowing down for minute taking.
I feel like I'm in slow motion today.
Keeps me young.
Is that what that is? Is that what that?
That's
Oh,
sweet young.
asking all.
Good, Tim.
Good.
All right. Go ahead and call this meeting to order, July 18th, 2023. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, good morning, everyone. We do have a quorum present with all four commissioners in attendance today. Sounds kind of weird when there's only four, but that is what's on our plate for today. First up is the approval of the agenda. We do have one minor amendment, commissioners. We need to add real estate under the executive session portion of the agenda. And with that amendment, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
I can second that, Mr. Chairman.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. First up on the agenda today, under tab A, is a public hearing for a budget amendment. We've got resolution 2307 CL03, Sweetwater County Budget Amendment for the Child Development Center. Got Clerk Lane multitasking today, so bear with us. Good morning, Cindy.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Today I have before you Resolution 23-07-CL-03, a budget amendment for the interest from the Child Development Center in the amount of $28,391.01. It's an expenditure increase from the general fund and a revenue increase from the general fund for interest revenue for a check to the Child Development Center. And it will need to be opened up for a public hearing.
Thank you, Cindy. Any questions on the budget amendment, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
Cindy, just to educate us, this is because our contract with them, we're holding their funds and they receive the interest from those funds. Is that the way I understand it?
No, and I have the treasurers here as well. This was from the 6 penny money they had that is held in the fund here and earns interest. And then each year we give them a bulk payment plus their interest that's been earned on it throughout the year. They do not have a budget with us. So anytime we do give any money and cut a check to the Child Developmental Center, we have to do a budget amendment.
And this was just from that 6 penny. It was an
Mhm.
overrun. Right?
Until it's
paid
gone.
Very good. Any other questions, commissioners? If not, we will open up the public hearing on resolution 2307 CL03, the Sweetwater County Budget Amendment for the Child Development Center. This time, if there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to speak to this amendment, now would be the appropriate time. Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve resolution 23-07-CL-03.
Do you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Okay, now I have to go record that. So
I'll hold up for you. Thanks, Cindy.
I'll keep going, Mr. Chairman.
Good to go. Okay. Next up under tab B is a public hearing. Under planning and zoning, we've got approval of resolution 2307Z001, conditional use permit for an impound and storage yard operated by Clark Brothers Enterprises LLC. L&P Towing and Recovery. We've got Megan with us this morning. Good morning, Megan.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. We've only got one public hearing with you guys today, so hopefully it'll be short and sweet. Property owner is Clark Brothers LLC and the applicant is Troy Clark on behalf of Clark Enterprises LLC. This is for 2 parcels of land located just before you get to Reliance, totaling in 7.16 acres. The address to the property is 99 Reliance Road. Property is currently zoned I2, which is heavy industrial, and it's also located within the growth management area. There's plenty of infrastructure to the property. Property does have County Road 42, which is Reliance Road, that runs in the front of the property, but the property is actually accessed off of Tri-State Road, which is a private road just to the west of the property. L&P Towing and Recovery used to operate their business at 19 Kilpecker Lane, which is just a little ways away, as you can see on the zoning map. Jump across the road and go a little more towards up the hill. The property over there was zoned I1, which is light industrial. They were allowed to operate as a trucking business as long as they didn't store any wrecked vehicles on the property. The reason for this is because R2, which is the mixed residential zone, was only approximately 250 feet to the west, where trailers at the BNR trailer court resides. One of the special conditions with a conditional use permit for a towing and impound yard is you need to be at least 600 feet from residential zone district. So that's why they're only able to operate as a trucking business. When Clark Brothers Enterprises took over L&P Towing and Recovery, they were put under zoning violation for storing wrecked vehicles on the property. They immediately started to work with Mr. Jim Zimmerman to get the property cleaned up, and also started searching for a new location, which better suited their needs to operate as a full-fledged towing and recovery business, and have since purchased the 99 Reliance Road parcels. And this is why we're here today. As you can see by the aerial imagery, there's 2 good-sized buildings on the property. On the very north side, there's a pretty good-sized drainage. The property is completely fenced in. The area in red that has been highlighted is what is fenced in and has screening on it. Currently, the west side has kind of looks like canvas, but it's a little bit more of a vinyl screening that zip tied to the fence and runs up to the south side of the drainage right there. And then on the south side and that little bit on the east, the rest of the property has 100% screening with slats. We'll get into that a little bit more in detail here in a second, but just a visual for you guys. Mr. Jim Zimmerman properly posted public notice. As you can see by the pictures, this is shortly after the property was purchased and the applicant didn't quite have a screening up on the property. We'll jump right into the special requirements for storage and impound yards. They cannot be established within 600 feet of a church, school, or residential zone district, or within 1 mile of a recreational facility. There is R2, which is mixed residential property, approximately 340 feet to the southwest. But most of this is about 520 feet of it is actually storage for the BNR mobile home park. staff believes that there is plenty of space because the trailers actually don't start till approximately 860 feet to the southwest of the subject parcel. So staff believes that this is a good distance and is over the 600 feet that's required. There's not a church or a school within 600 feet, and there is not a recreational facility within 1 mile of the subject property. Applicant will be responsible for proper maintenance of hazardous waste with proper disposal methods in conformity with DEQ regulations. Screening made of uniform material and built to a uniform height shall be required for property abutting a less intense zoning district or within a special overlay district within the growth management area. Required screening shall be permanent and constructed at a minimum 6 feet high above finished grade. The board may allow alternative screening plans and methods. This was of topic at the planning and zoning meeting last week. As I mentioned before, the west side currently has vinyl screening methods on it and is attached with a zip tie. One of the conditions that was changed and the applicant was amenable to was replacing this vinyl fencing that staff and the planning and zoning didn't consider permanent, and we didn't want to have problems in the future with it, just with the beautiful Wyoming weather that we have in all of our seasons. The applicant has agreed to put slatting on the west side of the property as well to the south side of the large drainage ditch. So that you'll see that change in some of the conditions that we'll get to here shortly. As you can see by the pictures that I've taken, shows kind of the west side, the vinyl-like screening that I was talking about. And then also the south and east, a little bit on the east side that currently has the 100% screened with a slatting in it. The applicant is willing to match that up all the way around the property. Staff recommends that no stacking of vehicles be allowed over 6 feet, and the business must be licensed with the state of Wyoming. Right after the planning and zoning meeting, we did receive a copy of the vehicle storage and disposal license. The applicant has received it and has provided that to the county. So we now have that for our records. And also typically with a new impound and storage yard, staff likes to see a 2-year time limit on making sure everybody's compliant with things and then coming up in 2 years to renew that time period. Staff recommends that we keep this time period at least for the first go around at this location. We received one agency comment from Colorado Gas. They have no assets in the area and thus have no concerns. And at the July 12, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval of Resolution 23-07-ZO-01, conditional use permit for an impound and storage yard operated by Clark Brothers Enterprises LLC, LNP towing and recovering with the following conditions. The conditional use permit is personal to Clark Brothers Enterprises LLC for 99 Reliance Road. The conditional use permit is approved for a period of 2 years from the date of approval by the Board of County Commissioners. The conditional use permit is in effect as long as the business remains in compliance with county regulations and holds a valid Wyoming vehicle storage and disposal license. 100% permanent fence screening with slats along the south, west, and east boundaries of the subject property as indicated in red on the site map. This would include all gates on the property in these areas as well. Screening is to be installed within 6 months from the date of approval by the Board of County Commissioners. Vehicles cannot be stacked any higher than 6 feet. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, and the applicant Troy Clark is here with us today.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate the background on that. Questions on this resolution, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Commissioner Tillman.
Megan, is the slatting, do they have to hand weave each slat into that, or is it attached to the existing fence?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tillman, the slatting needs to be weaved into it so that it's a permanent nature within the fence. And that's what they've done on the south side. And they're going to continue to do that on the west side as well. They don't have any problems with upgrading the requirements that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended.
Any other questions, commissioners? Did I understand you right? The whole perimeter would be slatted then? Part of it already is or no?
Only a part of it is the west side up to the south side of that drainage
Hmm.
is has the canvas
Yeah.
vinyl like that's going to be slatted, and we're going to have the gates be slatted so that you can see they have two gates on the west side. So all of that will be slatted. And then just the south and a little bit on the east side is slatted. When Eric Bingham and I went out for a site visit and was driving around in the area, you can't really tell where that property begins and another one ends as you're driving coming down from Reliance, and even going, once you go back up the tri-territory road, you're all heavy industrial in there, and staff didn't see a need for slatting to be around the entire property as
Okay.
it's liked zoning within there.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. I thought you'd said on the east side, but you're saying a portion of the east side. Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? If not, we will open up a public hearing for resolution 2307Z001, conditional use permit for an impound and storage yard operated by Clark Brothers Enterprises LLC. If there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to this resolution, now would be the appropriate time. Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
pull up this number. I would move to adopt resolution 23-07-0-0-01 for approval of a conditional use permit for an impound and storage yard operated by Clark Brothers Enterprises LLC, LNP Towing and Recovery.
Do you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I,
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda is the county resident comments and concerns. At this time, if there's any member in the public, online or in attendance that would like to address the governing body on any issue whatsoever, now would be the appropriate time. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kim Schroll with Commerce Bank of Wyoming. With me is also my coworker, Tiffany Kindle. One of the items on your agenda today is the investment policy. We felt we would be remiss if we didn't come today to thank you for the banking relationship that you have with Commerce Bank. We've had account relationship for a number of years, and in 2018, your current bank at that time, or the commissioners at that time, decided to move the accounts to Commerce Bank because the former bank made statements against oil and gas, and the commissioners at that time felt it was inappropriate to have funds at a bank that did not support your primary source of income. And our bank has had the pleasure of having the relationship since that time. And we currently do not have any ESG statements, nor do we allow those statements to dictate who we will do business with. And we loan the money back out into the community through home and business loans. And we've enjoyed that relationship at the time that it started with, at the time, Treasurer Commissioner Slaughter, then Joe Barbuda, and today Treasurer Mark Cohen. So I want to thank you for that relationship that we've had, and also just walk you through the pledging that we provide to you for your deposits so that they are safe and secure. Anything above the FDIC insurance limit, we pledge bank-owned securities or Federal Home Loan Bank letters of credit, which is secured by bank loans. The securities that are pledged to you are conservative in nature. They're treasuries, government-backed agencies, or municipal bonds. And then we pledge 105% of your deposit. And so they're safe and secure with little risk. And I just wanted to walk you through the pledging for the investments that you have with us as you're looking at the investment policy and some other investments that may be a direct investment into other options that may carry more risk, but then don't have that security that a bank deposit has behind it. And so just wanted to thank you again for that account relationship. We really enjoy the collaborative effort with the Treasurer's Office today. And thank you.
Thanks, Kim. We appreciate you and Tiffany for being here today. I assume obviously with the discussion we're going to have on the investment policy is part of the reason for being here. We understand that you were willing to give us about 10 to 15% interest on some of our investments.
Yeah, maybe at a different time, but yeah, we do the best that we can, It is an interesting time in this world with interest rates.
Yeah,
With
I bet it
short-term
is.
rates being higher than longer-term rates, it is a very interesting time. So we do what we can to take that money and support the community and loan it back out and into the community and support
And we
your
appreciate
efforts.
that. You guys are well known throughout the community and you've been a great partner for the county to work with. And my little, I guess, know of all of what has taken place, but
Mhm.
certainly see you guys out in the community plenty and we appreciate that relationship. So thanks for being here and doing what you do to help us out.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Comments, questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say, as Kim alluded to, we basically started using all of the services of the bank at the time where BNP Paribas came out negatively against oil and gas. And it was a tremendous effort that was put forth by Commerce Bank to get us up to speed with their bank. And it was extremely beneficial to us because they waived all of the fees on their accounts when we set up our accounts for using minimum balances for them to be able to collateralize for us. And I just want to state it has been an excellent relationship. And I really appreciate the relationship that I had as treasurer with the bank and specifically with Kim and with Tiffany. We worked very closely together and they did a wonderful job during that period of time. So just a personal thanks from me.
Thank you. Pleasure to work with you.
Yeah, and kudos to you if you've had to put up with Commissioner Slaughter over
Oh,
those few
you're
years.
on one today, aren't you?
It's not a hard job.
No,
It's a very beneficial relationship for both of us. So.
well, thank you very much. We appreciate you guys coming over. Is there anyone else who would like to address the governing body at this time? We are still under county resident comments and concerns. Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda, which moves us right along to tab C, commissioners. Under tab C is the consent agenda, quite a bit going on with 11 items this morning. First being the approval of the July 5th, 2023 minutes, the approval of the county vouchers and EALs, approval of bonds, approval of monthly reports, the approval of the July 18th, 2023 abates, ratified draft comments on the BLM's proposed rule regarding conservation landscape health, a request to restaff an auto title clerk 1 in the county clerk's office, a request to restaff a control room worker in the county sheriff's office, a request to restaff a detention officer in the county sheriff's office, and a request to staff a part-time seasonal field assistant in the county assessor's office. And finally, a request to staff the position in the land use department that we had budgeted for. Commissioners, if you've had a chance to review the consent agenda items and there's no questions, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I will be brave and make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Toman? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next on the agenda is Commissioner comments, and it looks like Commissioner Toman, you're up first.
Thank you. Every month is a busy month. This one's the same, I guess. On July 6th, we had the recurring Dry Creek Trona Project monthly cooperating agency meeting. Not a whole lot to report there. It still is pre-decisional. They're still gathering information. Mr. Bingham, I think that would be what I should say. I don't think there's anything really outstanding that's happened yet. They're still putting together information and mapping and getting plans from the proponents. July 6th, I attended the Sweetwater County Events Complex, the Spicer Pavilion dedication. That was it was an amazing event, and a special thanks to the Spicer family for contributing the money to develop that awesome venue for outdoor events. And also kudos to Larry Lloyd, the former Events Complex executive director, for having the vision for seeing that at the fairgrounds. July 6th also had a state sage grouse implementation team meeting on Zoom. The meeting was held in Lander, but I was able to attend on Zoom, and the maps were reviewed and discussed in the special areas. There will be upcoming landowner listening sessions in Sublette, Uinta, and Campbell counties, none in Sweetwater County. So I reached out to our state association and asked them to ask the governor why we didn't get a public hearing in our county, and they want to know if we want to pursue that. So do you think we should ask for a hearing in our county? Or I see the governor maybe didn't schedule one for Sweetwater County because some of the major landowners are in Eden Valley, which is on the line between Sublette and Sweetwater, or in the Bridger Valley area, which would be on the line between Uinta and Sweetwater. So perhaps that was his reasoning. But do you want me to pursue them asking the governor to have one here?
I would follow your lead with that. That was my assumption when I saw that, was just that most of that was probably, kind of the north portion closer to Sublette, but
Yeah,
whatever you think is appropriate, I will support, Commissioner.
we can discuss it at our coalition meeting on Thursday, but I will let Micah know that we think maybe we're okay with the two that have been scheduled. July 7th, I had a Zoom meeting with City of Rollins and some of our commissioners regarding a nuisance issue on disposal in the Red Desert area. That's an ongoing issue. So July 10th, I attend the Eden Valley Senior Luncheon. It's always fun to meet a lot of the citizens of the valley and listen to their concerns. And I will discuss maybe some road issues with Commissioner Slaughter that they presented to me at that meeting, and with Jean Legursky. July 12th, Airport Board Zoom meeting was a budget hearing. The officers were reelected. Jim Wamsley as the chairman, Peter Jensen as vice chairman, with Matt McBurnett treasurer. The regular meeting will be this morning, which we'll miss. But I believe we have an executive session later with Devin, the director. July 12th, I attended the 5th BLM Sage Grouse Cooperator Zoom meeting. Not a whole lot to report there. They're still working on alternatives and discussing ACEC's areas of a critical environmental concern as to whether, how many, where. The administrative draft will be out late August for our cooperator review. So far, they've received 1,700 comments, the BLM has. The Wyoming County Commission Association on that same day had their monthly Zoom meeting. They provided DEQ updates with Jennifer Zagmut, whom we have listened to in this commission. The main point of the meeting was to give us an update on how they're going to handle the carbon sequestration permitting process. The Wyoming DEQ, if they're left in the lead, can do it in less than a year or so, whereas if it goes federal with the EPA, it could take anywhere from 2 to 5 years to get a permit through for the carbon sequestration. They also had the new Wyoming Energy Authority, which went into effect July 1st. Rod Krieger, former senior policy advisor to the governor, is now the executive director for the Wyoming Energy Authority. It's an entity that's designed to provide regional energy coordination with net zero opportunities and partnerships. Last night, I attended the Public Service Commission hearing on Rocky Mountain Power's rate increase requests. Those increases could be as high as 30%, not just 21.5%, because they've also asked for a 7.6% overall to recover the net power costs. So there was a lot of testimony asking the Public Service Commission to maybe request that Rocky Mountain Power go back to the drawing board and be more specific about exact figures and numbers of why they're requesting that much of an increase at one time. This Saturday, the Republican Party will get together to select 3 candidates to replace Commissioner Shane Field, and we wish her luck in her new adventures. I call them adventures because it's a pretty big task she has accepted. But they have to come up with 3 names. Again, I will stress, it's very important for Republican Precinct Committee men and women. Please come Saturday. This is the most important job you have, is to help us select 3 candidates to bring before the commission at our August meeting to select the replacement. This Thursday, I will attend the Coalition of Local Governments meeting with Commissioner Slaughter to get all the updates on the federal issues. In August, the Wyoming Landscape Conservation Initiative will be doing a tour in the Saratoga area, which I'm an alternate on that executive committee. So I will try to attend that if it doesn't interfere with our Board of Equalization meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate your work. Any questions for Commissioner Toman? If not, it looks like Commissioner Richards, you're up next.
Morning, Chairman, fellow commissioners. On the 6th, I attended a meeting with Clerk Lane, Coroner Mahanovich, Deputy County Attorney DeLeon, and as well as Sally to work on a policy for indigent funeral care. We made great progress, and Mr. DeLeon has a draft policy pretty much ready to go for us. I think Johnny was going to touch base with Gary to iron out some details on indigent veteran funeral care, but we should hopefully have a policy in front of us to adopt at our next meeting. That evening, I also attended the grand opening and ribbon cutting at the Sweetwater Events Complex for the new Spicer Pavilion. The Spicer Pavilion was a generous gift to our community from the Spicer Family Foundation. And we got to hear from both Bob Spicer and former Events Complex Director Larry Lloyd about the journey that culminated in such a wonderful addition to Sweetwater County. With fair coming up in the next couple of weeks, it'll be a great opportunity for the rest of the community to see it and see what benefit it'll be to our community. On the 7th, I remotely attended a meeting along with Commissioner Toman, Deputy County Attorney DeLeon, Land Director Bingham, and other key staff members with some representatives of the Rawlins City government about the possibility of using the Rawlins landfill to help clean up a problem property that we've been dealing with. Basically, they were pretty clear that they can't or won't accept the waste. So Eric and Jim have been looking for some other solutions. I think maybe that has resolved itself. We'll see in the months coming forward. On the 8th, I attended both the Green River Sports Fest on Expedition Island in Green River and International Day at Bunning Park in Rock Springs. Both events were well attended and both were great reflections on what an awesome community we live in. It's great to see people getting out and about and participating in events like that. On the 10th, Public Works Director Legursky and I met with Logan Wadsworth. He's a scout who was working on his Eagle Scout project, who wanted to see if there was something he could do to improve the Pioneer Trails picnic grounds. We followed up with him with an on-site meeting out at the park on the 13th, where I think we came up with a good plan. He should be here at the next meeting or so to present that plan to us and get our blessing to do a project that'll benefit Pioneer Trails Park. Also on the 10th, Commissioner Slaughter and I met with representatives from Daggett County and Castle Rock Hospital District to try and facilitate ongoing discussions between them in the development of a mutual aid agreement or cooperative service agreement, whatever they want to call it, that will benefit our residents down in Washington and McKinnon. Director Hawkins from Joint Communications was also there, and with his help and expertise, I think there is some light at the end of the tunnel in getting issues with the ambulance response down there taken care of. I know it's a problem. We keep hearing it's a problem, but we are working towards a solution with Commissioner Slaughter's leadership. I want to thank Commissioner Slaughter for that leadership on the issue. I think without his involvement, I don't think we'd be moving forward on a like we are. On the 11th, I met with Squirk State Park Subcommittee where we discussed ideas going forward on bringing a state park to Sweetwater County. We will be contacting representatives from the Forest Service and actually National Forest specifically to get their opinions on some ideas we're kicking around. On the 12th, I attended a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. In addition to the application we have in front of us today, or had in front of us, they also began the discussion about amending some of our regulations on R3 zoning to allow for higher density housing in that zone district. Currently, Sweetwater County zoning has 7,500 square foot minimums and doesn't allow for zero setback. So split ownership duplexes aren't allowed outside the municipalities in Sweetwater County. And with the housing shortages that we are facing both nationally and locally, and that we will see compounded as these industrial impacts come over the next few years. The P&Z is looking for solutions to allow more affordable developments throughout the county. Later that day, I remotely attended the WCCA monthly call where we heard updates from Senator Brasso, Hans Hunt from Senator Lummis's office, Rennie McKay from the governor's office. Rennie assured us that the governor is looking closely at Sweetwater Royalties' offer to put some of their land holdings up for sale in Sweetwater County and in other southwestern Wyoming counties. On the 13th, I attended my first meeting of the SEDC board, learned a lot, got to know the members. Then on the 14th, I went to Casper for the first meeting of the State Shooting Sports Complex Task Force, where they began a conversation about what they want in a state shooting complex, what they want it to look like, and what the communities who are interested in pursuing it were going to need to present to them as it went forward. There was great information presented, including from the National Shooting Sports Foundation, who discussed what the current shooting sports competition world looks like right now and where it is going. Our rec facilities committee will be meeting after the fair, and I'll pass everything on in detail at that meeting. And if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. Yesterday, I attended the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee meeting here in over there in Rock Springs here in Sweetwater County. The bulk of their discussion yesterday was on various things concerning carbon capture, but also on their agenda was a discussion about industrial siting impact fees, which, as you all know, is the sharp tool we use to mitigate industrial impacts to our community. I had intended to provide comments on the subject in support of Senator Dockstetter's draft bill on this subject, but the committee did not keep to any kind of agenda and rescheduled that discussion for today. In fact, they have addressed it already this morning and the draft failed. I'm greatly disappointed that Representative Heiner and Burkhart, who both represent parts of Sweetwater County, were completely against that additional funding for Sweetwater County. I hope everyone will express their displeasure with our representatives on that matter. I think I've tried to make it clear to every legislator I talk to that their reduction in the percentages of impact fees that we receive has been detrimental, and I'm really disappointed in how they handled it and how they basically took away our ability to even comment on it. I also attended a Joint Powers Communication Board meeting yesterday where they adopted their 24 budget and reelected Sheriff Grossnickel as their chairman. Going forward on Thursday, I'll attend another SEDC meeting followed by another Community Growth Committee meeting. On that front, the Wyoming Business Council is working on arranging an impact study on Sweetwater and surrounding counties and the industrial developments that are coming. On the 22nd, I will attend the Sweetwater County Republican Party's special meeting where they will choose 3 nominees to replace Commissioner Shanefeld's vacant commission seat. The deadline to apply for their consideration was last night at 6 p.m. and Chairman Bingham has informed me that 8 candidates have applied. On the 25th, I'll attend a Fair Board meeting and that's all I have scheduled before we all come back to see each other on the 1st.
Busy couple of weeks for you, Commissioner. Appreciate your hard work, especially on some of that policy. Any questions for Commissioner Richards? If not, looks like I'm up next, so try and stay awake here. Some of this is a little bit redundant following Commissioner Tillman and Richards, but I too attended the July 6th official ribbon cutting for the Spicer Pavilion out at the Sweetwater Events Complex. I too would just like to add that we really appreciate Bob Spicer and the Spicer family for their generosity and philanthropy. I also attended the monthly WCCA meeting on June 12th. We heard a few updates from our congressional delegations or their staffers, but nothing much additional to report there that Commissioner Richards and Tillman didn't already cover. I attended the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting on June 13th. There's a lot to report here, so I'll try and keep you best engaged. All entities were in attendance with the exception of Green River. The latest update that we had was that the city of Green River and Jamestown Rio Vista Water and Sewer District were not interested in bonding. All the other municipalities or sponsored entities had intended to, with some only wanting to bond a portion of their approved amounts. Now, after this meeting, it sounds as though North Sweetwater Water and Sewer District, which obviously is one of our sponsored entities, as you recall, has indicated they don't find it necessary to bond. There seemed to be a little confusion on some parts with bonding now versus bonding later, versus bonding a portion or not bonding at all. The complexity of tracking all of that can be a nightmare, so I believe we had a pretty clear understanding at the end to proceed as planned with removing North Sweetwater from the bonding list. I personally am not a proponent of trying to bond later on. I find it much cleaner and easier to track up front during the creation of the bond resolutions, which I'll get into here shortly. One of the more concerning matters brought to my attention prior to this meeting was that the certificate of organization that was filed through the Secretary of State's office was never approved and signed off on from the Secretary of State, meaning that the Joint Powers Board was not officially in existence. Mayor Mickelson was elected as the secretary of the Joint Powers Board and informed me that he had mailed off the Joint Powers Board agreement last May, but had never heard back. And there's been a lot of changes in that office, people coming in and out, it sounded like. But long story short, he checked back last week and we received the official copy that very day. So we're officially good to go. Nothing quite like the ever so fast moving pace of government. So with all that, here's the key information moving forward. Some of us were unclear as to whether the ballot initiative had included any bonding amounts or not. A bonding amount was included within the ballot initiative, but it was obviously a best guess estimate on how much interest the bonding would actually cost once things came to fruition. So depending on where things land at the bond closing, we may need to have discussions on how to address any additional costs, whether that's through value engineering on certain projects or whatever the case might be. It's just something I wanted to inform you all to keep on the back burner as things continue to progress. Next is a list of responsible parties that I thought I would share, as I was a little bit unclear on a few of them. So I'm just going to list these off for you. The issuer of the bonds, that would obviously be the Joint Powers Board. The issuer's counsel, it's somewhat undecided, but typically that's the county attorney or the deputy county attorney in the past. The underwriter is Stiefel Public Finance out of Denver. Some of you might remember Alan Matlotz, who has been the managing director throughout this process and been very helpful up to this point. The bond or the disclosure council, and this is an area I was unclear on, is QTAC Rock, also out of Denver. There's also Underwriters Council, which is Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Roth, which appears to be out of Newport Beach, California. And finally, the unknown with that is the trustee or the bank, which is also yet to be determined. So I was unclear on who played what role, but some of that came out at that meeting, so I wanted to pass that along. Alan with Stiefel sent out an outline of a schedule of events moving forward with the process that I'm happy to share with you all, especially the new liaison and whoever that might be. Hint, hint. At this point in time, it is a matter of paperwork, drafting, and processing all the legalities and specifics relative primarily to the bond resolution. There will be lots of conference calls, draft documents, rating calls, and things of that nature moving forward. After all this is achieved, the next big steps are selling of the bonds, which is slated for the end of September. After which they will have the bond closing, which is tentatively scheduled for October 10th. Once the closing is finalized, first disbursements of the specific purpose tax collections are projected to go out in October, which would be for the April, May, June, July, and August collections. Stiefel is also planning on attending one of our August meetings to educate and answer any further questions we all might have. And that is essentially all I have to bring you up to speed on from that meeting. Commissioner Shanefield was the chairman of that board, so there were questions on who her replacement was going to be. Mayor Wolf is from Superior, he's the vice chair. Mayor Mickelson is the secretary, and Counselor Dusty Davis from Wamsutter is the treasurer. So that first leads to whether or not you guys have any questions, followed by who would like to take on this incredibly important and time-consuming role of more than likely chairing the 2023 Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any questions, but I would be willing to take that role on, having worked with the specific purpose tax for many years in the past. I think I probably have a little bit better understanding than many do, and would be able to step in and maybe not run, but at least walk as we move forward. So I would be willing to do that.
Very good. Appreciate that, Commissioner. Like we had talked last meeting with Lauren vacating her seat, obviously there's duties that must go on. And so I had kind of chatted with Commissioner Slaughter. He's got a lot on his plate as well, especially being liaison to being a hospital and some other big lifts. So if we do need to do some rearranging, I'm happy to have that discussion and try and even that out. Obviously, whoever Lauren's replacement might be can help carry some of that weight, but it just felt like, being newly appointed into a position and taking on the specific purpose tax role would be a pretty big pill to swallow. So we'll move forward with that if you're all in agreement.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
just a comment. Commissioner Slaughter has been telling us for months that the specific purpose task force joint powers board has been behind. And I appreciate your work, Mr. Chairman, in stepping up and getting quickly involved and working out these details and bringing them to us. And I look forward to having somebody on the board that's going to step up and get this thing moving forward.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate that. This is an appointed position, so I guess I would entertain a motion to appoint Commissioner Slaughter to the 2023 Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make the motion to appoint Commissioner Slaughter to the Joint Powers.
Well, you jumped right on that.
All right. I think he'd be a great asset.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Toman, second by Commissioner Richards. All in favor signify by saying aye.
I
Opposed, nay.
Well, I didn't want Commissioner Richards to get all the important motions.
Just got to be quicker.
Well, thanks, Rob. We appreciate that. That's a big lift that I don't think too many people really understand how complex and difficult of a board position that is. So happy to help in any area that I can. But hopefully things progress forward as the outline states they will. So we'll look forward to pushing this along. I attended my first Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition board meeting yesterday afternoon. There's been some discussion on potentially changing the cooperative agreement to include an additional at-large coalition member. The agreement is currently approved by Rock Springs, Green River, and Sweetwater County, so options on that will likely be coming before you over the next few weeks. Currently, there are 5 members, 1 as appointed from each of those governments and 2 additional at-large members. So the discussion is relative to adding an additional at-large member. I believe that would most likely be for former Commissioner Doc Wendling. He was the Sweetwater County appointee over the years. He was also the chairman of that board. As you all know, they had a vacancy when he decided not to run for office, and you all so eagerly pushed me into that role. So we'll see what happens with that one. But most of the discussion yesterday centered around this year's influx in moisture and obviously the snowpack levels. As of July 13th, Flaming Gorge is roughly 8.5 feet below full pool, which is up about 15 feet from a year ago. Rivers feeding the Flaming Gorge are running at 49.62% of the July 16th average. There's lots of various other statistics that I could elaborate on, but I felt like those were quite interesting given some of the recent contention. Another note of interest was that the Joint Powers Water Board only sold 75% of its 4-year average during the month of June due to all the rain we had. Mr. Seppi indicated he had to go back decades to even be able to compare that data. It's a pretty wet spring. All, of course, which is helpful for the overall drought, but certainly not an everlasting cure. The Bureau of Reclamation Working Group is set to have their summer meetings towards the end of August, where they'll discuss inflow projections both on Fontenelle and the Flaming Gorge. So I hope to be able to attend those around any Board of Equalization meetings that might be taking place. Treasurer Cowan approached me about hosting an employee appreciation barbecue, and he had been in conversations with Commerce Bank about helping coordinate that. Together, we kind of selected August 15th at noon here at the county courthouse, and Mark has coordinated that with Commerce Bank to cook up hamburgers, along with Western Wyoming Beverages also offering to bring their Pepsi trailer over. That is a commission meeting day, so it looks like Mary will get out of buying lunch once again for us.
I bought lunch last time.
But at least we'll be able to have a lunch, assuming our chairman can coordinate the agenda properly. But thanks to Mark, Commerce Bank, and Western Wyoming Beverages for their generosity in helping us treat one of our most valuable assets to a free lunch. So spread the word, as all county employees are welcome. I'll be taking a tour of the old Carnegie Library building this afternoon with Mr. Legursky and Commissioner Slaughter. Looks like there's going to be a few of us doing that in pairs of two to prevent a quorum, but it sounds like we may need to make a plan on what to do with this building moving forward. So in speaking with Public Works Director Legursky, we thought it would be best to get us all up to speed as a conversation starter by beginning with a tour. Later this afternoon, if time allows, I plan to attend the open house on the potential reuse and future of the historic Union Pacific Depot building in downtown Green River from 3 to 5:30, which we all received invitation through Museum Director Dave Mead on. This Saturday, I too plan to attend the Republican Party Central Committee meeting to watch the process as they select their top 3 candidates to send our way for the replacement of Commissioner Shanefeld's vacant seat on August 1st. On the 26th, I'll have my Board of Health and Southwest Counseling liaison meetings and plan to be in attendance for both of those. And aside from that, summer is officially here this week, at least it was yesterday. And it looks like school is back in session in roughly 1 month. So what a year. Stand for any questions you might have. With none, Commissioner Slaughter, you're bringing up the rear.
Mr. Chairman, it is extremely difficult to bring up the rear. As you stated, redundancy seems to be the idea of the day, but we will stumble through this. On the 5th, after our board meeting, I attended the Memorial Hospital regular board meeting. The hospital board welcomed new member Craig Rude, the appointee who was selected to replace outgoing member Ed Tardoni. Craig hit the ground running and was an active part in several of the discussions that took place. Finance and Audit Committee member Marty Kelsey reported that hospitals around the country are facing huge problems due to inflationary concerns. He reported that Memorial has not escaped the trend and has seen its own issues, facing an average loss of approximately $500,000 over the last 11 months. He did report a positive cash flow for this month and stated things are looking up for fiscal year 24. The Building and Grounds Committee reported that they are working toward building the new lab project using a construction manager at risk option and hope to break ground in the spring of 2024 with completion stated for December 2026. They're also looking forward to their casino night event scheduled for August 26th and invite all to attend. On the 6th, I too attended the ribbon cutting for the Spicer Pavilion at Sweetwater County Events Complex. Very nice event, well attended, and as has been stated, a special thanks to the Spicer family for their willingness to share in the investment of our events complex. The pavilion is beautiful and a great addition. On the 10th, I met with Michelle Irwin of the Powder River Basin Resource Council. Our discussion centered around resources in Sweetwater County and the development that is planned here in the near future. Later that day, I met with Nate Martin, Executive Director of Better Wyoming, an advocacy group working to educate, organize, and mobilize Wyoming residents on behalf of statewide change. Once again, our discussion centered around the activity taking place here in Sweetwater County. We had a very good discussion. Commissioner Richards and I then participated in a meeting to discuss ambulance service and the cooperation between Daggett County, Utah EMS and Castle Rock Hospital District EMS. Other participants of the meeting included representatives of Daggett County EMS, Castle Rock Hospital District, and Sweetwater County Combined Communications. Once again, I believe we had a good discussion and formulated plans to help resolve issues that have not been handled as well as we would have expected. Finally, that day, I met with the Treasurer Mark Callen to discuss the proposed county investment policy. Mark and I agreed to bring the policy forward to the Board of County Commissioners to have full discussion. On the 17th, I attended the legislature's Minerals Business and Economic Development Joint Meeting held in Rock Springs. Much of the discussion, as stated by Commissioner Richards, centered on CO2 sequestration and the opportunities that are arising in the state. These issues will have a great impact on Sweetwater County. The agenda called for discussion of impact assistance payments. Once again, Commissioner Richards has alluded to that and what took place today with that. I too am extremely disappointed that our legislators chose to ignore the requests that we have and the comments that we have made with respect to how important those impact assistance funds are to the counties. During this period, I also had discussions with Public Works Director Legursky, Planner Eric Bingham, representatives of Commerce Bank, State EMS Director Scott Logan, and several other county residents. This afternoon, I will do the tour with the chairman of the Carnegie Library. I too will attend the Depot Festive, which is taking place, going to give us hopefully some information on what plans may be for that historic building. And I too, then again, will be attending Saturday, which I will mention is my birthday. So I'm spending my birthday as the Republican Party chooses candidates for us to fulfill the vacancy, which was created by Commissioner Shanefeld's resignation. Mr. Chairman, that is all I have at this time. And I would stand for any questions.
What kind of cake do you want?
You don't buy lunch, you're not gonna buy him a cake.
Hey, she likes me. She might.
What kind?
fair.
Chocolate.
Oh, yeah. right.
Any chocolate.
Oh,
works.
good. That's easy.
Thanks for the report, Commissioner. Sounds like we took care of most of the talking for you, so sorry about that, but I appreciate your dedication to the EMS Daggett County issue, along with Commissioner Richards. Lots of meetings, lots of information. Thanks for keeping everyone in the loop on that, and we'll continue to move forward. So job well done, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner,
just to follow up, reminded by Mr. Slaughter's report in that Minerals Committee meeting, while Representatives Burkhart and Heiner voted against it. I am proud to say that Senator Jones and Representative Larson were very supportive of getting some of those impact fees back to Sweetwater County. So they deserve our applause.
appreciate that. I know that was discussion at your last community growth committee meeting and trying to educate on the importance behind some of that. So it sounds like a couple get it, a couple don't, but that's unfortunate.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Commissioner Tillman.
Castle Rock Hospital District had committed to providing financials to the commissioners at least once a month. Have I missed something?
No, you're right. That is Commissioner Slaughter and I's last meeting with them. That was what they promised. I'm not sure if Commissioner Slaughter can allude to anything further on that, if he had that discussion or if it was more centered around the other Daggett County issue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did, as part of our discussions with Executive Director Bailey Doctor, I informed her that we had not seen the financials which had been promised to us. She then did correspond with me the next day, stated that there had been a miscommunication between herself and their CFO, and that Todd Toolson would be putting those financials together and would be remitting them to us, and that she also would be coming to one of our meetings in August to do a quarterly report for us at that time. She would have come, she said, in July, but because of the way their reporting and their financials work, she felt like it would be better to be able to do a full quarters report, and she would have to wait till August to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioners. Moving right along on the agenda is tab D, the action and presentation items. First up, we've got the discussion regarding a collaboration for the Ashley National Forest. We've got Mr. Richard Stem in attendance today, who's made his way down. And good morning, sir. The floor is yours. Yeah.
It's always,
Hey, to each their own. We get it.
yes, to each their own, right? Thanks for having me down here, and I just want to start out that my voice is obviously in pretty rough shape. My vocal cords are not what they need to be right now. Hopefully in the future they will be. So I'm going to speak slowly and quietly, and I'll speak as little as possible because I've given you a lot of the information in that 2-pager there really talks about the collaboratives and the importance of it. I just want to say that I think that the fact that you're going to take some time to think about this down the road will pay dividends, in my opinion, significantly for you. I was talking to Commissioner Slaughter this morning, and I understand that 70% of your county's in federal ownership. That right there is a flag that goes up for me. And before I joined the Forest Service, I spent a stint in the military and private industry, and I spent 28 years in the Forest Service at different levels, at all levels. And I have found that many times in the West, counties will depend significantly on the feds, specifically the BLM and the Forest Service. A lot of times they don't have any kind of a formal agreement on how to work with them. Before I get into this discussion here about the starting out on the right foot and all that, what I want to say is that I retired maybe about 18 years ago. And the last 20 years, the Forest Service has had a serious decline in budget personnel. And because of that, a lot of things aren't happening, which is why I'm standing here today. Many of us retirees keep getting called upon by the agencies to come back and help. And right now, there has been a huge change because of Congress's infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Bill that is now, as an example, over and atop the normal budget of the Forest Service, which is about $4.5 billion a year. They have an additional $10 billion over the next 10 years. They are only year 2 into that. They don't have the people. They have limited experience, and they're trying to gear up. There is no better time right now for counties and states to engage into the activities of the Forest Service. Treating acres on the ground, timber sales, energy, everything that the Forest Service normally did in the previous years that they've had difficulty in the last 2 decades. Now's the time to step up. What I'm going to present to you is one of the methods that you can do that formalizes that instead of it being meeting at the coffee shop with the ranger or the forest supervisor. And I'm so sorry for my voice. I wish I could be much stronger, but
We hear you just fine. So
okay, good. What's really important here is that the establishment of a collaborative before you get started on it, which is not all that difficult to get going, you have to decide on why you want to do it. I have seen collaboratives get established. By the way, let me back up. You saw my background there in the write-up. And I also did oversee a cadre, a national contract by Washington, D.C., where there was a cadre of experts that work with collaboratives on diagnosis, establishing, and what have you. My job was to oversee them. These are not Forest Service people. They are experts at doing this collaborative work. The Washington office actually funded this for many years. They would come out and help people get started. Unfortunately, in the last 2 years, Forest Service didn't see the wisdom in that anymore. So that contract is no longer available, but those people are. I know who they are, and they're out there doing this work as we speak. These are national experts with a 100% success rate at getting collaboratives working and diagnosing those that are not. That aside, one of the most important things is establishing purpose. What do you want to do? What are you looking for in getting this going? I'll walk through all this for very shortly, but I want to leave a lot of time for questions and answers. Tough questions that you should ask me about why would we want to do this? Why would we want to spend a little bit of money to get this started? And what's the point? But establishing a purpose is really critical. And you can see this little diagram here. That's not a gimmick. That's a four P's is a method used nationally to get collaboratives going and operating productively. So, as commissioners interested for Sweetwater County, it's extremely important to decide among you or whoever would lead that. What's the point? What's the purpose? Once you do that, then the very next step would be to figure out what person could lead that charge. A staff person, perhaps in the county, someone like my experience working with Mark when he was here, a planning person, a person that understands the federal government. They would be kind of doing the legwork to get going on who should be on the collaborative, who should be representative. Now, this is once again, once you've established a clear and concise purpose. That person could do some legwork. It even could be a commissioner that does it. But then looking to establish who would be the representatives. And as in my paper, it states, needs to be a cross section. The very first step is to meet with the forest supervisor, in this case, Sue Eichhoff. Talk to her. The Forest Service will then be in the background to help with leadership. They have to be in the background. You all lead it. You're in charge. And then you do the legwork on who it would be, cross-section, NGOs, perhaps an agency person or two could actually be on the collaborative, typically a commissioner or two. And from there, then the next step, which is the most critical one, is to bring someone in to meet with the collaborative to set up the mission, the business acumen, the objective, and how you would operate. That would normally be a consultant, of which I have a list of many. I am not part of this. I'm just here to provide information. I would not be one of those consultants. That's not what I do. You need someone that's a real professional. You would spend a very small amount of money bringing them in for the benefits that it would yield. They would come in and they're scattered throughout the country. I could recommend them should you choose to do this. And they would work with your staff person and get it all set up. Meet with the collaborative for the first time, set it up, get the business model set up, and then away you're off and running. And all four of those P's would be explored at that first meeting and get established. Once that happens and the Forest Service is there with you, you're off and running. The benefits are on the back of this paper. And I don't want to read those to you. I don't want you to have to listen to my voice any longer than you have to. But these benefits are real. And I have seen around the country, I've been dealing with this stuff for 20 years in the various jobs I've had in the Forest Service, as well as the last job where I was a regional administrator for the state region. And I have seen collaboratives that have failed, and I've seen collaboratives that have been incredibly successful, and I've seen some in between. But these benefits that I've listed are real. And I would suggest to you, in light of the fact of what I said earlier, that the Forest Service has had struggles for 20 years about forest management, staying on top of stuff. They actually just got a new plan. They're building a new plan for the gorge. And they have money, but they don't have expertise. They are short in personnel and they're short in experience. This is a perfect opportunity to build this process. And these are the benefits you get because these actions or lack of actions by the agencies affect the county so much. So let me take a second here. I would actually talk more because I enjoy giving you information, but I know this is pretty unbearable, my voice. So what I brought along at your pleasure is copies of a major collaborative that was established and what they did and the effect they had on 9 counties. This was a 9-county collaborative, very powerful, $55 million they brought from various agencies and from FEMA and everywhere else. It's just an example of a huge effort that is now kind of tapered off and what kind of things can happen. This article that I'll leave with you was written by one of these cadre members, and it's called the Solid Foundation Collaborative. In other words, how do you build a solid foundation and how can you do this and get the most out of it? This is one of the guys that I was telling you about. When you read this, you'll see why I'm so high on these people. This guy's an ex-Amoco executive that did this work for the last 15 years. I think what I'd like to do, I got through this in 11 minutes. What I'd like to do is really have a discussion about pros and cons, potential costs, and what questioning me about the benefits. But I think I'm going to leave it at that. But the benefits can be huge in terms of making a difference about what the force does and does not. And if you have cooperating agency status, which I believe you do with the Ashley, that adds another layer on top of the collaborative of being able to guide and impact what the Ashley does. I know the history of the Ashley. I know the history of the Forest Service. In my opinion, you'd benefit greatly from embarking on this effort. I'm going to be quiet, give my voice a rest here. I will leave these with you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tillman.
I would just point out that Supervisor Sue Eichhoff a year ago did ask us to pursue getting a collaborative to assist in coordinating the funding and helping them get the expertise they needed to get the projects moving on the ground because they have the money, like you said, not much is happening.
Right.
I also want to point out that the Conservation District, Dwight Bliss is here today, and the Coalition of Local Governments are all very interested. And so what we have to work out is how everyone's going to be involved and who can take the lead on this.
With this new forest supervisor, you have a window now.
Yeah. Yes.
I could get away with saying that some of the former ones didn't work out as well. I know Sue Eichhoff. I knew her when she was a ranger, and she's extremely excellent person to work with. So when you kind of add up the situation, cooperating agency, new forest plan, new forest supervisor, big influx of money, looks like a window to me that you might want to take advantage of.
Well, we
And
have
that's why I
Eric
thought-
Bingham, our planner here too. So I mean, we have to all work together to figure out how we might want to
Right.
proceed. I don't see that we could
what I could offer
jump
you
on it
is
today
advice.
anyway.
What I could offer you is advice and counsel. I'm not the doer. I live in Montana. I'm getting too old for this. I'm involved in a lot of other things. Seriously, advice and counsel based on my experience is what I want to try to bring. The reason I'm actually standing here in front of you is because I've been greatly concerned about the agency in the last 15 years. It's not because I enjoy it or because I'm interested in making fishing money or something like that. I spent 28 years of my life in the career engaging in multiple use and engaging in working with partners. And I've been called upon and I've been discouraged by what I've seen. And that's why I'm here. To provide information, advice, and experience as sort of a give back. So however you proceed, whether you wish to or not, or the technical way, or if you need some advice on some consultants or whatever you wish to do, that's what I can provide to you. And then I will step back and I'll go behind the curtain and only be called upon when you might need me. Is there any questions about the
Mr. Chairman, if I could just reference a little bit, I was instrumental in bringing Rich in. And so if I can kind of explain my reasoning behind that, having attended a couple of the CLG meetings, it became readily apparent to me that there was a need for collaboration on these issues. And the members of the CLG committee looked at me as fresh meat, I think. They'd been looking for someone who would take over and collaborate and coordinate a collaboration. I made the mistake of saying I was interested in it. I did not say I would do it, but that I would, I would pursue that avenue. And so I started talking with Rich about this, and in talking with him, it became apparent to me that there are definite benefits to be had for Sweetwater County in pursuing a collaborative effort. As you all know from our 6 months together, I believe getting people together in a room and working together is the best way to resolve issues. And so the collaborative really fits into my style and what I see as being a benefit moving forward. The things that I don't understand, obviously, are who the other parties are, who all of the parties are that we would need to collaborate with. Specifically, how we would then approach getting the money once that we had the collaborative in place. But by having that influence, I understand how we would have a much better opportunity to do so. So I think using the knowledge that Rich has to help us find a consultant to get a collaborative effort started is extremely, extremely beneficial to Sweetwater County. I would, as I say, I would be willing to work directly on that, to work with a consultant and then try and find someone here within the county who would actually spearhead that. I don't believe I'm going to have enough time to do all of those things along with everything else we're doing. But I think in the initial startup phase, that if we get the right people in place, that we could get this moving. And as I say, that it would be a direct benefit for all of Sweetwater County. I think having the knowledge that Rich has and the contacts that he has, he can help us to hopefully not make the mistakes that have been done in other areas. In talking with members of the CLG, they do have a collaborative effort, which is currently working on Bridger Teton. Two of them actually. And in talking with Rich today, they've been able to acquire significant funding through that. Because there is funding available and they have used that leverage that they've got as a collaborative to be able to efficiently get those funds. So that was the reason for having this. I think we're in the beginning stages. We need to learn what the next stages are. That's what Rich can provide for us, I think. And in doing so, I think we take a few baby steps over the next few weeks or months and hopefully at that point in time, build a collaborative which will give us influence so that we can exercise that cooperative agency status, which we do have with the feds. And as he stated, just the fact that we have as much federal land in the county as we do, we need to be able to have as much influence as we can. And I believe building those relationships with all of those agencies, along with other stakeholders are extremely important for us moving forward.
Rich, you said you've been involved with some that were very successful and some that weren't. Can you explain what went wrong with those that weren't successful?
Yes. They didn't establish a true purpose. They just got together and they looked at each other.
Okay.
And they couldn't agree on the purpose. And when you bring a group from industry, elected officials, environmental groups, whatever, you put them in a room and you say, now we need to work together, but you don't have a purpose. Guess what happens? Thank you so much, Mary. The other thing that went wrong is that they weren't facilitated correctly. They didn't have a business acumen. So therefore, if you have a collaborative of 12 people, 2 people dominated it and ran the show, and it really ticked off the other 10 and they left. There was not a business acumen of who the leader was. Another point was they never went after funding from the government that's available once they got established, and they kept trying to do volunteer stuff with a leader that was volunteer. They didn't need to do that. So, and then the Forest Service got sour on them, and they tried to turn it over to the Forest Service. You can't do that. Service can't run it. So there are lessons learned and protocols which these consultants are very attuned to, as I am. That's just examples. A collaborative may get established and work really well for a couple of years, then they lose their purpose. Maybe they accomplished what they wanted to do, and then they wonder, why are we meeting? We've all been to meetings where, why are we doing this? And yet, all he had to do was sit down and say, what's the next phase? So it's a leadership, management, financial kind of business acumen that has to be brought, a professional approach. Many collaboratives don't take a professional approach. They just kind of get together like having coffee and think they're going to do something. Forest Service says we don't have time for that.
Sure. Kind of one of those survived another meeting that could have been an email type
Yeah,
situation.
exactly.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Stem, thank you for being here. Appreciate the information.
You betcha.
One question. I've heard you mention a couple of times how collaboratives have been successful in bringing in money. Can you maybe elaborate specifically on me, break it down Barney style? What does that mean? Bringing in money sounds great. But what kind of specific projects or goals would we be looking for to use that millions of dollars that we could potentially bring in?
Let me answer that with 2 ways. Let me answer it in general terms and then an example. In general terms, the legislation, maybe you all heard of HFRA, Healthy Forest Restoration Act, passed in 2003. I had the privilege of being involved in that. That expedites timber sales where they have a mortality situation, which you have on the Ashley. HFRA is a very effective tool for the Forest Service to move quickly with NEPA. We all know, you all are familiar with NEPA. It can be a very agonizing process if it's not managed well. HFRA expedites it, but one of the requirements is the project has to be endorsed by a collaborative. Bam. There's a process reason to have a collaborative. This is going on everywhere, not on the Ashley. It's going on a lot of places. HFRA is being used extensively around the country. It was passed 90% bipartisan in Congress in 2003. And yet some forests still don't use it. Now, once you have a collaborative, now that's an example of a process question. A financial question would be, in HFRA and in the Anti-Inflationary Act and the Infrastructure Bill, They gave a whole bunch of new emergency actions for the Forest Service to take in light of catastrophic fire and active forest management. And it also says if you have a collaborative. And if you do, there is a whole pot of money, over $1 billion, available for grants for counties and states that have collaboratives and work with the Forest Service to do expedited activity on their forest. Grants, agreements, good neighbor agreements, stewardship agreements, all available. One of the requirements, or one of the suggested requirements, is having an active functioning collaborative to get those agreements and grants and so on. That's an overall general answer, Commissioner, where that money lies. And there are people getting that everywhere right now and in a lot of the regions. Let me give you an example. Sublette County Collaborative. Get my thing of rest here. Jeez. Joel Bausman and Tom Noble and the commissioners decided they wanted to establish a collaborative 3.5 years ago. They had Mike Henn, who was head of the Conservation District, lead the collaborative. We established it with money from the governor's office. Collaborative got up and running, and it has members from environmental groups. It has members from agencies like the Natural Resources, the Soil Conservation Service, Forest Service, and then they also have industry people on there. They have very little industry, but they have some. They're on it. And then they had 2 commissioners. The first year they were in operation, one of these consultants got them set up and left. Mike ran it. Within 1.5 years, we put in for a Joint Chiefs Award. They received $750,000 the first 1.5 years. Then they received another $600,000, and that money went to the agencies and to the county to do work on weeds, invasives, timber sales, working in the WUI, doing thinning through their fire marshal. So it was spread out amongst federal, state, and county to do work on the ground, to treat acres, to prevent catastrophic fire, and to do invasive weed management. That's an example. They did that in 2 years, which is pretty amazing. Another collaborative on that forest did not get Joint Chiefs, but they're going to be working on it. Now, the other 2 collaboratives got together, and I had worked with them on this. And you know what? They got with the forest and they adjusted roadless boundaries that didn't make sense to the tune of 13,000 acres. Roadless acres taken out of roadless that were put in by technical error. You know what drove it? The collaboratives. Forest Service couldn't do that on its own. They also built a 10-year plan on the Bridger Teton. The collaboratives drove that. I just gave some guidance. We had others. You know what the result of that is? Industry is now looking over there because they have a 10-year plan. They actually has a 5-year plan. I could go on, but those are examples that eventually bring financial money to the different county and state entity, but it's also what benefits the collaboratives bring because they drove those issues. 10-year plan, roadless boundaries, and increased timber sales.
Rich, I might add, those happen close to home. The Hams Fork area of Kemmer. They did some timber thinning, and the Barge Creek out of LaBarge.
Yep.
They did some timber sales. They did some roadless boundary adjustments in Lincoln County,
That's what I was talking about. Yep.
North Hams Fork.
And on the Abs Fork, as an example, the forest didn't want to go in roadless areas. Now this was 10 years ago and it was a little different environment. They felt like roadless areas were off limits. They are not. I helped write the roadless rule. Exemptions, not the rule, the exemptions back in DC in 2000. And we put exemptions in there because we Forest Service people were concerned with the roadless rule, which, by the way, now they're talking about another rule, which is another issue. But we put exemptions in there when you have threats to infrastructure, threats to endangered species, when you have a ecosystem that is completely out of whack because of mortality. And Richard Teton didn't want to go into roadless. The governor hired me. I worked with the forest and working with the collaboratives. Later on, Hams Fork is a roadless area. We put up 30 million feet in fire breaks and to do thinning to protect the dams that are down low, that are water. The towns of Evanston and down in that country. So it goes to show you that outside influence, if you formalize it a little better, as an example, cooperating agency, you can insist, hey, Ashley, we need to look at our roadless areas. And in the new forest plan, it's in there. Sue agreed to that. They will look at roadless. Now, who's going to drive that? I would suggest the collaborative. Assuming they would have the purpose of doing that, unless you had people in the collaborative said no way. And that's where choosing the right people to solve problems is important, not people to obstruct. Does that answer?
I think so.
It's a huge answer.
I think the only thing is most of the examples you give have to do with timber sales and forest, when the one thing that Ashley National Forest doesn't have in Sweetwater County is forest. We don't have timber sales on this side of the border. So I think our focus would have to be on a different set of land uses, and mostly the recreational
And that's,
aspect, I would think.
and that is absolute. You could take what I use as examples of forest and transfer it right into recreation and do the exact same thing. Because the infrastructure bill talks to that. Infrastructure redevelopment, reinvesting into the infrastructure of the Forest Service. You have huge infrastructure in the gorge. And I don't know what you have the rest of the county. You could take my timber example and absolutely transform it into energy, oil, whatever, as well as recreation. To get better things accomplished in recreation, roads, road maintenance, campgrounds, whatever it might be.
Mr. Chairman, if I can continue. As I look at a map of Ashley National Forest, most of it is in Utah. Most of the resources they provide are in Utah. If we pursue a collaborative like this, would we pursue a collaborative that includes the portions of Utah that are connected to the Ashley National Forest, or would this be a collaborative that's focused on the part of the forest that's on our side? Because I feel if we included all of them in a collaborative, we're back to right where we are now, which is all the resources are going to the Utah side of Ashley National Forest, and they've completely abandoned taking care of things like our fire hole and facilities on our side. So would this be a collaborative driven to focus on our side of the forest, or would it need to be a forest wide?
I would suggest that depends on your purpose. You define the purpose and then you build it based on that. You can do it either way. But by you building a collaborative and you having a voice on that collaborative with the membership, you will no longer be left out when the resources come. That's how you avoid that. You could go in with, would that be Daggett, or I don't know who that. You could have a Daggett Sweetwater collaborative, or you could have two collaboratives. Either way. But that goes back to the purpose that you just defined. We want to have a voice. We want to have more attention to recreation. You're already getting to the purpose. And then you design that collaborative to meet the purpose. And it sounds like you might want to do that together, but you could initially start it out and then bring Daggett in. Then you'd be in the driver's seat.
And then I think you touched on this a little bit, but the collaborative I have experience with is we're a member of the Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative. But what makes that work is the state is providing pretty much all of the coordination and the funding for that. They're providing the staff member who basically drives it and keeps us all together. If we formed this, is there a resource like that with the Forest Service where they would help us with the coordination beyond, or are we just setting ourselves up to have to fund this thing indefinitely and hire somebody to?
No, the Forest Service has funds to help. And they also provide staff to the collaborative on technical questions or information that you would need. They would not lead it. They would not lead the collaborative to say, we want to do this, we want to do that. Collaborative does that. But if the collaborative says, we want to do this, this is our purpose, we want to fix this, the Forest Service is obligated to provide staff on how to do that, hydrology, engineering, whatever, and they're obligated to provide funding to provide for the leadership of the collaborative.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners?
Well, we get to hear this again on Thursday at our coalition meeting, so.
Probably not as much detail, but these are great questions. And that's why I wanted to come down, was this reason. I can't do that on that thing. And
Might want to meet with our planner also before you leave today, just
and I got the time
with Dwight.
with the
Yeah.
Conservation District, because the Conservation District could be part of how you want to do this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you can obviously see some of the benefit and importance behind, creating this and establishing a collaborative. I don't know if it ever crosses paths. I would suspect probably not if it's, specific to the Ashley National Forest, but we're a member of the Coalition of Local Governments. We're a member of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association that, deals with land issues and things of that nature. So I see this being somewhat separate, but also it could be, including the Conservation District or the CLG. And so, there's some overlap there, I suspect, but perhaps your experience would be able to elaborate a little more on that.
I talked to the CLG at length about the need for collaboratives, and the Bridger Teton part took off because of the Lincoln and Sublette. Uinta had a collaborative. I don't know where they're at right now, but they had one, but I don't think it's active. And because of all the stuff I said earlier about the window, the timing, the money, and what's happened in the last 10 years, I've been really saying that CLG is highly interested in what's going on, but you need a formal way to work with the Forest Service. Just sending them letters doesn't do it.
Yeah.
And, I don't want to risk ticking off anybody, but I used to be the recipient of letters. But if you gave me a collaborative to work with, I'd work with you to the ends of the earth, which I did when I was head of a forest and in Oregon. And so how you mix that is going to be really strategic and critical. I think that the need is really there, but whether you mix it with Daggett or how you involve CLG, I admire you all for taking the first step. I think Commissioner Slaughter said he stepped into it because CLG saw fresh meat. Somebody's got to take the first step, get this thing going. Once you get it going, you can form it any way you want. And that's where the consultant can really help you. I don't have an answer other than you can do it any way you wish. But you need something. You need a vehicle, which I would suggest you don't have right now.
What kind of costs roughly?
A consultant to come in doing all this work, maybe 5,000 beginning to end, and then roughly 1,000 a year, of which you can get 2/3 of that from the Forest Service. So it's pretty minimal the benefits you'll get.
So you can actually utilize some of that money available towards your collaborative then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The Richard Teton gave $5,000 to each collaborative when they were cranking up. The governor's office did 5,000 the first year. Forest Service came in the second year and gave them 10. So there's an example. But they need to be convinced that it's set up properly and they have a good business acumen, and it's not a kind of a, it's got some formality to it. Then they feel confident that they're getting their money's worth.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Rich, are these collaboratives really specific to Forest Service, or is this something we could utilize in our dealings with BLM also?
There are both kinds. So yes, absolutely. The BLM does participate in the collaboratives over on the Bridger T. But the Bridger T is so focused on certain elements, the BLM doesn't have a skin in the game, but they participate. But once they have an issue, once again, purpose, that's a BLM thing. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman.
BLM is very attuned to working with collaboratives too. The pressure's on them too.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Rich, one other thing that I think that I had heard you state at one of the CLG meetings, it was on the phone, but I think that you had suggested to them that it would be appropriate to try and set up a collaborative to work with Flaming Gorge National Recreation Area also.
Right.
So it would be a first step in getting something going with Ashley, and then potentially we would learn from that and determine whether it was appropriate at that point in time to move forward with that also. So I think that would be another area we could potentially be looking at in the near future.
If you didn't want to, when you start a collaborative, you start a little small. You don't get like that right away because it gets messy. But if you wanted to start out with the Ashley and just do collaborative for the gorge, that's a great example. And then you could add and become bigger to deal with the forest issues, the fire issues. So this whole, you're pretty free to do it any way you wish. But that if you did it that way, it would be more focused initially, and maybe a year later, you can involve others to make it more comprehensive. The Ashley would like it to be comprehensive, but they can live with doing the gorge as well, especially since the forest plan they're working on that right now for the gorge.
Yeah, and I mean, with anything, you gotta have a strong foundation to build from, and I think that's probably why you've have experienced some of these fail in the past. They try and bite off more than they can chew, and then next thing you know, it's a wasted effort. So, any other questions or comments for Mr. Stem, commissioners?
Well, thank you for coming today.
Can't believe my voice lasted.
Well, we genuinely appreciate you coming down, and
Well, that's why I wanted to have the give and take, Commissioner.
yeah,
I thought that was important.
well, it's a lot of helpful information. Obviously, most of us are new to a lot of these processes and the benefits that come with them, and even just the opportunities that are before us. So I think we'll probably have further discussions on it and see if we can't make some headway with it. But it's also nice to have some background on how to make it happen. So we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us, and your interest in trying to help out Sweetwater County.
I appreciate what you're saying, and my objective is I want to see the agency do better. And that's what I do. I go to DC. I'm on the National Association of Forest Service Retirees, and I'm on the board. And the board's made up of ex-chiefs, ex-regional foresters like myself. And we try to guide and help the Forest Service. And we just want to see our agency succeed. And we think the ticket is the counties and states helping them because they can't do it themselves anymore. I'll leave these with you. I'll visit with your planner. I'm here for a couple of days, then I'll be with CLG. So I think and I'm a phone call away anytime. So
Very good, Rich. Well, thanks again for your dedication and expertise.
Thank you.
okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for the great questions.
Very good. Commissioners, next up on the agenda is a break. Is happily welcomed. I believe our next agenda item is at 11:10, which is an annual report from Memorial Hospital. Typically they come a little early, so let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll come back in at 11. See if the hospital's back by then. So 15-minute break.
Yeah. Well, they just kind of duck and dodge, kind of makes me mad, you know? Well, he probably doesn't like chocolate. I don't know. He's kind of different.
Call this meeting back to order. We're out of break. Good thing Commissioner Shanefield is absent because I got a lot of stuff going on over here. Need that extra space. The hospital's been spoiling us, so we appreciate that. Where we left off under tab D was item number 3, the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Annual Report. As you might recall, we had a report last month to satisfy the statutory requirement, but we had to kind of cut them short because we had a stacked agenda that day. So they're with us again today. We've got Irene Richardson, CEO, and others. I will let her introduce, and welcome back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman West and County Commissioners. I'm Irene Richardson. I'm the CEO at Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. And thank you for allowing us to come back and give you guys a more comprehensive presentation. With me today, I have Carrie Quickenden. She's our Chief Clinical Officer. And I have Marianne Sanders, and she is our Physician Recruiter. And also Taylor Jones, and he is Vice President of our Board of Trustees. And so I'll go ahead and get started now. And in the interest of time, I know we had the presentation last month, and I do have kind of a lengthy one here. I've printed copies for all of you so that you can have them and you can look at them at your leisure. But I just wanted to thank you all again for allowing us to come back. I know the last time that I presented, we gave kind of a high level overview of the things that we did over the last year. And then also gave you the reconciliation of the maintenance funds and the Title 25 funds. And we think it's very important to be accountable and transparent with those funds. So I think that was the main purpose of last month's presentation. So this month's presentation, I had asked all of my directors of my departments to send me summaries of everything that they've done in their departments, because there's a lot going on at the hospital. And I wanted to just keep you guys informed about the wonderful things that we're doing up there. You'll see a theme throughout the entire presentation. Of course, we have our mission, which is compassionate care for every life we touch, our vision, which is to be the community's trusted healthcare leader, and our values, to be respectful, to be kind, to be accountable, to work collaboratively, and to embrace excellence. And you will see that throughout the entire presentation. We also have our 5 pillars in our strategic plan. We have quality and safety, patient experience, community, which includes community partnership, new services, patient access, employee or workplace experience, and also financial stewardship. So you will see that theme throughout this presentation, that all of the department leaders are focusing on all of those things, our mission, vision, values, and our pillars in the strategic plan. So I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to go through these first slides kind of quickly because we've already gone through those last month. Again, we were very grateful, our board of trustees, and then our senior leadership team, and all of our physicians and our services. And then, of course, all of the important things that we did last month. We also gave you a copy of the community benefit report last month. And if you have any questions on that, please let me know. So I'm going to go right into the department accomplishments. So we have Med-Surg, which is our acute care services, Med-Surg, ICU, and outpatient services. And you can see there that they've focused on improving the patient experience. Of course, that's one of our strategic pillars. You'll see that again throughout all of the presentations. Also focusing on patient safety, staff safety. So a lot of the departments have performance improvement plans that focus around all those. So there's a lot more detail on here, which talks about increased communications, education for our staff, and then focusing on patient experience. The intensive care unit is the same thing. We're trying to, as you know from last month's presentation, during the pandemic, we had several, staff who we're traveling around. I think that there was a huge disparity between what traveling staff was making compared to what we could afford to pay. And so we ended up having a lot of traveling staff. And right now we're trying to get back to hiring our own staff. It's very expensive. And we were very grateful that we were able to supplement our staff with travelers, but we'd like to get back to our own staff. So you'll see in a lot of these presentations that our department leaders have goals to reduce the contract staff as well. And then also, again, making sure that our patients and our staff are safe and that we're offering that quality of care. And then you can see the outpatient services, this is the outpatient infusion services. So we did get 3 new infusion chairs, and then we also upgraded the hospitality area for that. And that was a recommendation of our Patient and Family Advisory Council. So that they're very helpful when they give us recommendations like that. OBGYN, labor and delivery and nursery, the same thing. We're trying to improve. You'll see on there an acronym that's called our HCAP scores. Those are our inpatient surveys that we do for our inpatients. And those have to do with communication, discharge planning, cleanliness of the hospital, communication with physicians and with nurses. And we're working very diligently, department by department, to make sure that we can get those scores up there so that we can help the patient experience and improve the patient's experience when they come to the hospital. And we've done some really great work there. The staff has been amazing, and the department leaders have been really good about the progress that they've made there. And then you can kind of see some other services that they've got there. Surgical services is the same thing. We've been very busy in our surgical services area. We're back to pre-pandemic, actually more than pre-pandemic volumes in our operating room. And we're really excited about that. And of course, the different services that they've started in there. We're required to keep surveys for our inpatients, for our med-surg, ICU, and OB patients, but we also do surveys for our other areas like surgery, dialysis, emergency room, and our clinics. So we want to get that feedback. And when we get that feedback, we look to try to improve everything. And so we've got teams that are working on that. And again, that's our goal. That's one of our strategic pillars to improve our patient experience. And then you can see again some of the updates that we have here. We did get the Da Vinci robot. We're so excited about that. We had our first surgeries in June, and we've got our 2 surgeons, Dr. Crofts and Dr. Hamias, Dr. Hamias is trained on it, and he's being precepted on that. And then Dr. Crofts will get trained on it. And then our new surgeon, Dr. Hoffman, will be joining us in September, and he is already robotically trained. So we've already started doing some procedures on the robot. Again, special thanks to our foundation who was able to help us with some of those principal payments on that. So we're really excited to be able to offer that service to the community. Dialysis is really doing very well. Of course, we serve the region for patients. We've got about 38 dialysis patients up there. They're doing a really good job of being very efficient in that department, making sure that we get the patients in, and it's a definite great service for the community. So we have a wonderful dialysis unit. It has 8 chairs, and it's a real need in this community. So we're glad we're able to offer that. In our emergency department, we did the same thing, trying to improve our patient satisfaction scores in there. Again, we're not required to do surveys on those, but we do so that we can get that information back, and so that we can help improve the information there. Our cancer center is just amazing. I won't go through all of the things that they've done here. We've started our clinical trials. They do have a lot of help with the Wyoming Cancer Resource Services and social services, and then a lot of grants that they've received to help our patients to get gas cards and different things for our patients to help them through their treatment. And then you can see that all of that in the presentation, the full presentation. We also talk about the different certifications that the staff has received there, and also Dr. Symington, who's our medical oncologist, has just done exceptionally well with all of her presentations that she makes with the Cancer Center and the initiatives that they're doing there. Radiation oncology, the same thing. Of course, Dr. Binks is our radiation oncologist and he's here permanently full-time. And so they do a lot of work in there. And again, just for the community, it's a great benefit to our community. And then you can kind of see some of the different things that they do, the different services that they offer our patients and the support group. So I just included some of those things in there for you guys to look at. Our laboratory, again, record volumes in our laboratory. Through COVID, we had to displace our lab and put it in our foundation area. We've since moved back. So we're back in the main hospital. But of course, through that entire process, we were able to get the SLIB funds for that. Of course, the generosity of the commissioners to be able to give us the $3 million to match that grant. We're very grateful for that. And also to our foundation for the other $1 million that we were able to match, and then to the state for that grant. And so we're hopefully looking at breaking ground in the spring. And of course, we'll keep you updated on that. We'll let you know when that's going to be. And again, just so much work that they're doing in the lab. We've got several sites. We've got a lab at the 3000 College Hill location. We've got a lab now at the medical office building and then at the main hospital. Medical imaging, same thing, record volumes in medical imaging as well. They're just doing an excellent job in there. You can see that we've had successful inspections of the nuclear medicine department, ultrasound, mammography departments. So they're doing an excellent job in all of those. And we offer all of the modalities in medical imaging. We just got a new lease for a brand new MRI. And it's just the obviously state-of-the-art, most recent upgrade to the MRI. So we're really excited about that. And then of course you can see our different staff. I've tried to highlight staff that have received, education or awards, or, if they sit on boards and everything. So you can see our different staff there that participate in things. And really it's always good, again, kind of talking about our values with working collaboratively. And we really do encourage our staff to do that, to be on boards. Respiratory therapy and sleep lab. We just have been very busy in there too. That's one of the areas that were hit pretty hard with traveling staff. I know that we're working very hard to reduce the travelers in that department as well. So, but that's a wonderful service that we provide. And then we received our accreditation for our sleep lab. Extremely busy in the sleep lab as well. Lots of patients in there. So that department remains very busy. Our rehabilitation department, we've got lots of things going on there. We've offered some services, brought back some services in the rehab departments. This is for cardiac and pulmonary rehab, and also physical therapy in those rehab departments. Our pharmacy department has been extremely busy, and we've got lots of things going on in there. I know they've been working on a lot of initiatives and a lot of performance improvement plans, and they're just doing an excellent job in there. And then you can see that we've got staff that's appointed to different various positions on there. We've also got the pharmacy drug costs have gone up significantly. Our pharmacy department has done an excellent job of trying to maintain those costs and trying to make sure that we can give maybe try to mitigate expenses by giving like biosimilar drugs. And we're working on that because those drug costs have just gone through the roof for us. And then, of course, patient safety. We're working with, the pharmacy is working with Cardinal. We contract our pharmacy through Cardinal, and they're looking at ways to improve patient safety and also a just culture. And then you can see, of course, our director, he's Jonathan Beatty. He was appointed to the Wyoming State Board of Pharmacy, and he's a delegate for the Wyoming Society of Health System Pharmacy for ASHP. So lots of good stuff that our leaders are doing. Our education department, we just do an excellent job. This is a very community-based department. We provide a lot of education for our staff as well as the community. And you can see all of the different initiatives that Patty Alexi has going on there. She provides education for the entire hospital staff, and then also brings in other education. We did do a brand new mini orientation for our nurses so that we can get the nurses a more concentrated effort so that we can get them oriented faster, so that we can get them on staff to see patients faster. So they did an excellent job there. Again, like I said, just offering training to community members, staff, and they just do an excellent job in the education department. Let's go through that one. Our quality department is just amazing. They work very, very hard. They just, what they do is unbelievable to get all the information so that we can see all of the different measures that were scored on when CMS looks at our CMS star rating. They do an excellent job with presenting the information to our medical staff and to our department leaders. And it's very detailed and it's very, very lengthy, but it's an excellent department. And then offering different ways to improve quality measures. We do our performance improvement and patient safety plans. All of our departments do that, and the quality department heads that up. And since we've been doing that, we've increased several of our quality measures by at least 5 to 7% in the last year, which is pretty significant. And so we're really proud about that. We do have a Joint Commission survey coming up. We're in the window for that, so we're ready for that. We have biweekly continuous survey readiness meetings with all of our staff, so we're gearing up for that. And then we did have a successful Joint Commission survey in the lab, and then all of the different initiatives that they're doing in the quality department. I'll let you guys read through those. There's a continual survey. And then also the patient experience surveys, like we talked about as being one of our pillars. We're really excited about that because we're really focused on ways to improve our patient experience. And we've seen some significant increases in a lot of those measures. So what we're doing is working, and kudos to our staff and our physicians who are working very hard to make that happen. And also the quality department who's driving all of that. Employee health, of course, we have our own employee health department, and, kind of making sure that all of our staff gets all of the, fit tested for the N95s, all of the vaccines, all of the different, even workers' comp and things like that. So they do an excellent job in there. Informatics, they've been busy this year. We implemented Cerner in April of 22. That was our brand new electronic health record. Informatics works very diligently with all the departments and the physicians to ensure that the system is working properly. And it's a great department. They're very service oriented and they help the staff a lot. Health information management, again, they're the same thing. We've been trying to get through the Cerner implementation, but they do an excellent job. They work with the physicians and the staff on clinical documentation improvements so that we can make sure that we get all of the information into the medical records so that we can get the appropriate DRG for reimbursement on that. And they do an excellent job with that. And then they're also archiving a lot of the records that we've had on site, which is allowing us to have additional space in the hospital, which is kind of really good for us because we really need that. Care management, you can see the different staff members who work in care management. Basically, they manage when the patient is in the hospital, their appropriate discharge, and then their post-acute care after that. Now is also one of the questions, a couple of the questions on the HCAP surveys that we have. So they do an excellent job in that department, working with staff, working with the outside agencies so that we can make sure that the patients are in the right place after their acute care stay. We also have a care transition nurse. She calls all of our patients post-discharge to make sure that they're getting the medication they need, make sure that they're getting appropriate follow-ups with their physician appointments. And so it's really good. They're doing an excellent job in there. So that's a great department. And then you can see some of the highlights there. Security or plant operations, biomed and security. Obviously, plant operations and maintenance has been very busy this year. You can see a list of all of our services. I think most notably in this department is the efforts to, again, invest back into the facility. It is the county facility. It's a wonderful hospital. I think we've maintained it very well, and that's thanks to the generosity of the commissioners for helping us with the maintenance fund. We have, again, with some help with some SLIB grants and CARES Act money, we were able to bring our age of plant down. We talked about it last month, from 14 years to 10 years. And that's very significant. That's another financial metric that we watch because we want to make sure our plant is young and we want to make sure that we keep investing back into it. And for a 46-year-old building, I'd say that's very good. So we're really excited about that. And I know maintenance has been extremely busy. So you can kind of see all the projects that we have going there. Biomed is a department that we have that kind of helps with all of our equipment. We have a biomed tech on site. He's amazing. He helps us with, it saves us a ton of money every year because otherwise we would have to have contracts with that or we'd have to send it out. So he maintains all of the equipment and just highly technical equipment, does an excellent job with that. We traded in we replaced some dialysis machines. He's super busy. He's got we've got 2 people in that department and they do an excellent job there. Our security staff is wonderful. We've increased our security staff for the safety of our staff and patients. We want to make sure that our staff and patients and visitors and everyone is safe when they enter the hospital. We have a new camera system that has the ability to see multiple cameras at the same time. So we're really glad that we were able to do that. I think it's very important to make sure our staff and patients and visitors are safe in the hospital. And then you can kind of see some of the duties. And then emergency management. We've had several drills for emergency management. Of course, we always have to be prepared. So we do those drills annually and again, in conjunction with the community services and very grateful to, the fire department, to the airport. Whenever we do those services, we or those management or those emergency management drills. It's really great when we're able to partner with the community and do that. Environmental services, that's another question on our inpatient satisfaction surveys. We want to make sure the hospital is clean, and our environmental services department does an excellent job of that. That's also one of their goals, to make sure that it's clean, obviously, to mitigate infections, things like that. They do an excellent job with that. Materials management, I know with the supply chain that we've had our challenges in there, that helped increased our costs a lot with the supply expense. You've probably seen that in our financials. The materials management department has done an excellent job of looking at ways to be able to decrease those costs. And so we're going to experience some savings from an initiative that they've done with our GPO. It's going to save us about $340,000 per year. And we're going to sign some letters of commitment with that and then sign those contracts so that we can start seeing some of those savings. Clinical nutrition, we have an excellent nutrition services department. We have, they work with the community for community education with our patients. And again, this is another one of those departments that's kind of community related and also hospital related. We have 3 registered dietitians there. They're excellent. And they do such great things for our patients in our community. And so it's an excellent department as well. Nutrition services, we did contract with a food service company called Unidyne last year. We're starting to get some different things going. If you've ever had a chance to come up and have lunch, they do some really nice things. It's all fresh food. We've had some really positive comments on our patient satisfaction surveys about our food too. So that's very good. Marketing, you can see the different press releases that we had through the year. And then also the different advertising that we do. I think it's significant that we've moved up to over 6,000 followers on Facebook. We're very proud of the fact that we support the community. We want to be good community partners. And so we do sponsorships with several entities and people who ask for that. And so we're very grateful to be able to do that with our community members. Medical staff services, this is our department that credentials our physicians. They're extremely busy. They do a lot of, you can see the list of department meetings that we have every month. Those are monthly, sometimes quarterly meetings, but they're pretty busy in there. And then we do have some locum physicians that help us, and then we have some apartments and they manage those as well. And then you can kind of see some of our provider accomplishments there. So I'll let you guys read through there, but our physicians are pretty amazing. They're very active, and we make sure that we get them out there so that they can, like I said, be on boards. And I know that we have a lot of physicians who like I said, belong to different organizations. So we're very fortunate about that. Our foundation, we had our casino night last year. We raised in excess of $24,000. Those proceeds went to our new patient entertainment upgrade system. This is for people to come in, and if they want to watch like Disney Plus or things like that, they can be able to do that. And we've just started implementing that. We had our Red Tie Gala in February. We had record fundraising there too, as well, over $200,000. And again, the foundation helped us with the Da Vinci robot and also the lab renovation. We did get another grant for a capital construction grant to work on the existing foundation area. So we're really grateful about that. And also to offset some of our costs for the electronic health record, and then a physician recruitment grant as well. And then we do have some upcoming events there. So save the date. August 26th will be our next casino night. And then our 10th annual Red Tie Gala will be February 3rd, 2024. And then we're going to also schedule tentative VIP night for that as well on February 2nd. And then, like I said, the lab renovation and expansion groundbreaking in March of 2024. Community outreach. We've worked really hard with the community so that we can go to the community, take our services to the community with our health fairs. We do an excellent job with that. We've just done everything we can. We want to keep our patients well. We want to have them take advantage of our health fairs. And so we've done really, really well with that. And I think it's important to note that the patient portal that we have with our electronic health record, you can get your results that day. And so that's really a good benefit for our patients as well. Our volunteers are amazing. I want to give a huge shout out to them. They come in every day and they help us, and they've provided so many hours of service. Last year, it was more than 1,700 hours of service that they provide. So I'm so very grateful for that program. And we also this year started with our new our blog and then our community newsletter. Our blog is called Live Healthy, and you've got the website there that you can go to that on our website. And then we also do our Live Healthy Wellness for Your Life, and that's our semi-annual printed publication that we do. You should be getting that in the mail, and we send that out to over almost 35,000 households in Sweetwater County, Sublette County, and the surrounding areas, Lincoln County and Carbon County. Again, we talked about the physicians that started with us last year. We talked about this last time. We've got some great physicians who have joined us and who will be joining us. And then we do have some searches open as well. And then we do some radio programs. There's a list of the people who have been doing those radio programs. If you guys ever have a chance to listen, we've got great information on all of those. So we're really excited to be able to do that too. Our information system department, they've been extremely busy with Cerner as well. We're looking at ways to cut costs in there. We've already saved, it looks like about $200,000 just by doing some licensing reallocation. They've done a great job there. Human resources. I think it's really important to note, we did have some turnover. We're bringing that down as of last month. We just had our human resources meeting yesterday. We're down to 19%. When you think the average national hospital turnover rate is around 23%, we're doing really very well. That kind of ranges from 7.3 to 40.5%. So we do have some open positions, but we're filling them with our staff, and that's very good. Again, trying to reduce the traveling staff so that, because they're very expensive. We want to have our own staff there. We do have our position control team meeting. That is our human resources department and our senior leadership team. We look to control costs that way. We look at all of our open positions to see if we need to, if we can consolidate or if we can be more efficient. We do have try to recognize our staff with our Bravo awards, and then you can see there the people who are in our human resources department. Fiscal services, again, they're doing their best to work through the Cerner conversion. It was just huge. It was great. A great thing that we did to move to our new electronic health record, but it's been a year of work, and they've done an excellent job with that. I think the most important thing there is that we did get a single audit on the CARES Act money that we received. Of course, there were, we wanted to make sure that we used that money appropriately, and the HHS had guidelines for that. So we were, kind of looking at HHS guidelines and on the phone with our auditors all the time. We did have the single use audit for the $11.6 million, and there were no findings. We were able to keep all of that money. So that was very good. And then we also have another single use audit coming up for the ARPA money that we had. And again, just making sure that we use that money appropriately, which we did. Patient financial services, same thing, just working on the Cerner upgrade. I know that they've wanted to make sure that they meet with, this is a kind of a different system. It's documentation driven when it drops the revenue into our system and then drops the bills. And so the patient financial services department has been working with all of our department leaders to make sure that all of that documentation is there and that the revenue drops appropriately. So they've been very busy with that. Our clinics are just extremely busy. We've got record numbers in our specialty clinics and also our family medicine, walk-in and occupational medicine clinics. We have our chronic care management team. They work with our patients to make sure that they can maintain wellness and get their appointments appropriately and make sure that they get their medication so that we can make sure that our patients are well. They do a really good job with that. And then administration, again, you can see, I think our culture, our person-centered care culture is definitely a focus of administration. We focus on our patients. We focus on their families. We focus on our staff, our visitors, and we do that with compassion and with kindness, again, with our mission and our vision and our values. And we've contracted with a company called Plaintree. We've trained over 900 physicians, staff, board members, everyone that comes in contact with patients. We want to make sure that they've had that training. We've also started our I Make a Difference service standards in hopes that we can increase our patient experience scores through that as well. And we've seen some data, some preliminary data, and we have seen some significant increases in our patient satisfaction scores. We do have a person-centered care committee. We have over 30 staff members who are on that committee. And I think that really is a testament to our culture. When we have staff engagement at that level, I think it's excellent. And we're really excited. We welcome everyone who wants to be on that. And we are applying for excellence in person-centered care certification. We're hoping to do that by the end of the year. We started with our patient experience representatives. When you come into the hospital, we have representatives there at the front of the hospital who greet our patients and take them to where they need to be. And so we're really excited about starting that. And then also your commissioners are also welcome to come to our workshops and train. They're really fun. It's about 5 hours, but it's an excellent training. You'll get to see our staff and interact with them too. So if you ever want to come sit through one of those trainings, please let us know. And we'd love to have you. We do have a patient and family advisory council. We started that in 2019. We've been together now for 4 years. There's about 21 people on that. It's just representatives from the community. We meet the last Monday of every month, and they come and they tell us, we ask them different questions. They give us recommendations. And they're just a wonderful group of people. If people call and have comments, we offer people to come and join us on the Patient and Family Advisory Council. We're going to celebrate our 4th anniversary next month, or at the end of this month. And so we're very grateful to that group. They are so dedicated. They come to our meetings, and they really are interested in just the advancement of healthcare in Sweetwater County, as you all are, as our commissioners are, and our board and our staff. We continue to do our Wellness Wednesdays. We have our quarterly town halls that I do. I'm doing town halls next week. If you guys are interested in coming, Cindy can send the schedule. And then our leadership team meetings where we talk about all of our initiatives, and then our regular monthly board meetings. Let's see, we talked about the NEMO program that we did, the orientation program, and then some of the different things that we're doing in human resources and nursing, so that we can reduce the number of travelers as well. And then also talked about, I think we talked about it last month, we talked about the different or the refinancing of the bonds. We were able to save the hospital millions of dollars by doing that. So we appreciate you guys allowing us to do that as well. And then the different organizations that our senior leadership team sits on, and the different education and certifications that they're getting as well. Patient navigation, that's a huge department for us. We just started that a couple years ago. We've got 2 staff members in there, and they're amazing. They work with our community and our patients to be able to find resources for, free drugs or lower cost drugs, dialysis treatment, education on signing up for Medicare, things like that. And they've saved the hospital millions of dollars by being able to do this. So they're pretty amazing in there. And then our community service, again, we talk about the different events that we have throughout the year. We do our walk, or it's not always walk with the scarecrows. I don't know what it's going to be this year, but last year it was walk with the scarecrows. And we did, we have a lot of those events. We also did our, our Veterans Day lunch. We were able to serve over 250 veterans and a +1 for them. We're very grateful to be able to do that, and very thankful for their service. We also have our, and then we do a PowerPoint slide. Our Festival of Trees, we were really excited to participate in that. And then also our Christmas event that we've had for our community, and that was in December, and we'll be doing another Christmas event this year. So lots of things that we do with the community. We do walking and parades and things like that, and grateful for the ability to do that and support our community in any way that we can. And then, of course, you saw the statistics. Lots of people that come through the hospital every day. We have record numbers right now. It's just extremely busy. And just, I want to shout out to our staff and our physicians. We couldn't do it without them. Our staff is amazing, and our physicians are amazing. And if you get a chance, please thank them for the service that they give our community, because they're wonderful. And then, of course, special thanks to our county commissioners. We couldn't do this without you. We couldn't do it without our board of trustees. And we're just very grateful for the support. And that's my presentation. What questions do you have?
Thanks, Irene. That was a lot of information in a pretty quick amount of time there. Your
Sorry.
liaison hasn't informed us about any of that. So that was very informative. No. Just kidding. I know he's.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for keeping it to that 20 minutes too, like we promised.
Thank you. I think I might have gone a little bit over. Thank you very much. Like I said, you guys are welcome to come join us for our workshops. We'd love to have you. And anytime you want a tour, I know we're orienting our new board member, Craig Rude, on Thursday morning. So we're going to give him an orientation and a tour. And then Candy Banks, who's also, or Candy Pendleton, who's also on our board, she's going to be joining us as well for the tour. So anytime you guys want to come up, we'd be happy to have you come see some of the projects that we've been doing, and all of the initiatives. And again, thank you for everything.
Well, thanks again for the information. I think we're getting pretty familiar with each other with the amount of times we've seen over the last few months, but we appreciate everything you guys do. Very busy, very important operation up there, and seems like very successful with a lot more on the horizon. So Thanks for the report and coming out. Any comments or questions, commissioners?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, just
Thank you.
Commissioner Slaughter?
one thing, Irene, thank you very much. At the last meeting, last hospital boarding meeting, there was one thing that I didn't see that you reported, of all the millions of things that you put in here, that I thought was very important. And it was with respect to your self-pay program that your financial services director, Ron Cheese, has been working on in that department. And if I'm not mistaken, he said that as of this year, you have actually increased your revenue by about $2.2 million through that. Could you tell us just a little bit about that? It seemed like something that was really exciting, something brand new that has been very successful.
Right. That's the patient navigation program that we have. So when we have our self-pay patients, those are the patients who are uninsured. And then we also call our patients, when we have patients who have higher deductibles and we're trying to collect on those. The way that we kind of help our patients is again by helping them sign up for Medicaid if they qualify, for Medicare if they qualify, and even plans through the Affordable Care Act. Our patient navigation team helps patients apply for those for that insurance. We also help get our patients grant funding from the Kidney Foundation for dialysis treatments, free or reduced costs for drugs through that through that service that we provide. And so that's where that $2 million. So we called it the self-pay plan, but it really kind of originates with our patient navigation.
Okay.
And we'd like to get them out more in the community so that we can educate the community more that we do have that service available because it's wonderful. It's very helpful for our patients. I know they meet with all of our patients that are in the hospital so that they can ensure that there's help for them out there. And it's beneficial to the entire community because when we can get patients qualified for Medicaid or Medicare or one of the ACA plans that it's helpful for any place that they seek healthcare. So it's a good community service, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tomer?
I have one other question. I was lucky enough to come to the meeting when Ed Tardoni presented his kind of futuristic study.
Yes.
Do you see that turning and happening as we're going more from the aging population more to the general working force? Or have you seen that kind of transition yet that he talked about?
He's wonderful when
It was amazing.
Yeah,
It was so exciting.
Yeah, he did an excellent job with that. We are seeing that our payer mix has kind of maintained. We've got about 36% Medicare population, around 8 or 9% Medicaid. But as you can see, the demographics change in the community. Obviously, that trickles down to our payer mix and the different patients that we see. And so we have to be able to manage that because, Medicare, we've talked about that. We talked about it with critical access. Our Medicare reimbursement on the inpatient side is about 50%. On the outpatient side is about 24%. So as we see those demographics change and the population change in the community, we have to be able to adapt. And we have to kind of, just like Ed was doing, kind of look into the future and see what that's going to look like and be able to adjust accordingly so that we can be able to cover costs for that. And I think critical access is going to be a very good benefit for the hospital to be able to do that. Right now, we're in the process of getting, all the documents that we need, filling those out and everything. So we're working on that critical access licensing right now as we speak. But it's again, something that we have to look at. We have to be able to predict what that's going to look like in the future. Medicaid is the same way. The reimbursement on that is extremely low. And how do you manage costs when inflation goes up so much? We're just working on doing that all the time. So, but yeah, that was really informational what he did.
Well, Irene, thanks again for taking the time to come over and keep us up to speed on what's going on. And if there's anything we can do in the future, let us know, as long as it doesn't have a dollar sign with it. And, we'll continue to support you the best we can. So
Thank you.
thanks to the staff and board members. I think I saw Candy sneak in there for coming over as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Next up, commissioners, is the audit extension proposal. We've got Clerk Lane with us here on another multitask. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. What I have here, and it was in the packet, is a letter from MHP, our auditors, for an extension of their auditing services. It is a little different. I did receive an updated letter that I did send out to you yesterday to look at for added services if we were to choose of them helping us with the financial statements this year due to some of the changes that have recently occurred here in the county. They can provide extra services for the audit this year until we get a clear picture of what the future will hold.
Is there any
And
complications with that if they are handling some of the financials and performing the audit?
Stephanie Pickering, who is the partner in charge, is on Zoom. I believe they helped with that a long time ago, one of the auditing firms. And then we put our accounting manager in place. So I would think that there wouldn't be a problem or they wouldn't offer that, but maybe she can answer that question.
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Anytime we add additional services, of course, we have to consider whether or not that impairs our independence under professional standards. So in this case, it would not. And Clerk Lane is correct. It's something that we used to do for the county a long time ago. But generally, anytime we provide what we call non-audit services, it just means that we have to put some additional safeguards in place to make sure that our independence remains intact. So really, in this case, it's a pretty clerical function. We take the information that's provided by management and we put it into the financial statement format and report. Any kind of ultimately management like items are still decided by the county and whoever you all put in place to kind of review and approve those kinds of things. So additional safeguards on our end, like I said, but nothing that would impair us from our ability to be able to assist you in that clerical function.
Very good. Thanks, Stephanie. Appreciate that clarification. I don't know if I cut you off. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Any questions on this proposal, commissioners?
Well, Mr. Chairman, what do you recommending that we accept the additional services plus the audit?
Yes. That would be what I am recommending.
And it looks like this is for a 3-year engagement, so it must have been at the end of 2022 must have been the end, so we're
Yes, and then it was asked to have this letter brought forward from the auditors. So this is where we're at now, that it's audit season.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
is
Richardson.
it appropriate that we approve all of the engagements, but leave it to Clerk Lane to decide which ones she feels are necessary? So we would authorize up to the engagement, and then as our budget officer, trust her to engage the services that she feels she needs.
I would think that would make sense. I also don't know, there's a 3-year forecast there, so depending on where things go in 24 or 25, there may be not necessarily the need for some of those additional services provided. So I
That
don't
is
know.
correct.
You can take them at a year at a time, the additional.
Yes. They give us the base, and then if we need the additional services, that is the added on cost.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make that in the form of a motion, but I'll let you figure out the language.
And for the chairman to sign.
So hang on a minute here. I got to find my spot.
Well, do you need a second or do you want to read it first?
Yeah, we need this. So we do have a motion to approve the arrangement with McGee, Hearn and Pies LLP for a 3-year period consisting of years 2023, 24, and 25 with additional services as needed under the direction of Clerk Lane,
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
and authorizing the chairman to sign. We do have a motion by Commissioner Richards on that. Sounds like we may have a second by Commissioner Toman.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give Cindy some time to take minutes too. She gets to present and do the minutes today, so. Okay. Next is item number 5. We've got the Sweetwater County Investment Policy. With us today is Treasurer Mark Cowan, and almost good afternoon, but good morning.
We're getting there. Good morning. I know this computer decided to just go to sleep up here. See if we can get it started again. Looks like it died. It's starting up again. Battery's running low. Yeah.
Power's good.
Put that back on. That was off, so.
As IT liaison, I defer it to our expert, Tim,
I'm so glad he's here,
because that he always tries to get me.
the power guy.
I'm giving this a test to see if it's gonna prove them.
Perfect.
Liar out of me. Just talk about this.
Well, we're waiting on technology, folks. Okay, perfect. I wasn't aware that we had to bring swag, so the hospital went up to me. I do want to publicly thank Commerce Bank for being here and also for supporting our employee barbecue that Commissioner West spoke about earlier. I think that's exciting opportunity for us to thank our employees. Also, the employees should be aware that there are services that are provided for free by Commerce Bank to each of the county employees. So Commerce Bank's been a great partner for many years for myself and also for the county. Going to go through this quick. I know I only have a few minutes on the schedule. I thought I had a little bit longer, so we'll just kind of buzz through this really fast. This first thing is just, I haven't been in front of you much to kind of update you on what's happening. So this first page is just kind of a review of what's happened in interest this year and the institutions that we have money in locally and what kind of rate of return that we're seeing from those institutions. You can kind of see in the bottom right-hand corner, the return that we've seen over the course of history and the course that we've seen in interest this year. So we've had a pretty significant bump this year, thanks to the interest rates, of course, that have changed significantly. This next page is kind of our investments where we have things set up right now. We're heavily invested in short-term liquid account Wyoming class right now. The reason for that is interest rates have been kind of on a tear, right? And so I haven't personally wanted to invest a lot in long-term securities at this point until we started to see interest rates change. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we could do. I've been working with a company called Meter, which is a fiduciary, which will help help with our investments in the future. So this is kind of hypothetical. This next page, if we invested with them under this strategy, just investing in treasuries, you know, we would yield 5.3%. This next one's another hypothetical with diversifying our funds a little bit, and that would yield about a 4.91%. This next page is kind of, they question the Federal Reserve, and they kind of try to get a guess of what they're going to do with interest rates. And so this is an indicator for me as I try to start our investments and try to come up with a strategy. Obviously, I kind of need to know what's going to happen with interest rates. And so as they've questioned these people, these dots represent each one of the people in the Fed. In the long run, they're anticipating rates to go down. Obviously, 2025, they're anticipating rates to go down. So investing short term right now has kind of been my strategy because the rates have continued to climb. Right now, they're estimating another 2 climbs this year, possibly. And so purchasing a lot of long-term investments when that yield is inverted, meaning short-term rates are higher than long-term rates. It's been kind of our strategy to invest a lot more short-term in liquid funds where we could pull those out immediately and invest them in longer-term funds once we started to see a change and shift in the interest rates. So that's kind of been the strategy there. Just kind of showing you, this chart just kind of shows you what the predictions are and what kind of rate strategy they think is going to happen. And so there's a time where we're going to have to start investing long and trying to change our strategy. Not sure when that's going to be, but we're watching very closely. This last chart here is a quick chart, kind of shows when interest rates have risen. This one's really interesting, how long they stayed up and how fast they've come down. Okay. And so it's imperative that we kind of get this right. And those are the indicators that I'm watching as we invest. If we start to see these interest rates fall a little bit, obviously we're going to want to put a little bit more money in long-term investments. Okay. That brings us to our investment strategy and our policy. I know this has taken a while to get to. I apologize. But I've been working with several of the other counties, the state treasurer, and a couple of investment advisors to come up with this. This policy is similar to ones that are in other counties that have been adopted by other counties. Basically, it allows us to invest in the equities that we need to, or the securities that we need to, not equities, but the securities that we need to, so that we can have a successful investment strategy. Part of that includes local banks, obviously, but the other part includes treasuries, bonds, and this does open us up to being able to invest in, on page 4, some corporate bonds and mutual funds or ETFs that hold treasuries. And that's kind of a new thing. Commissioner Slaughter and I have talked about this. We've talked about the statutory guidance, and John and I have had several discussions about it, figured out the statutory guidance and where we get the authority to do that. And I think we're all pretty comfortable with that. So with that, are there any questions from the commission about the investment policy?
Questions, comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Slaughter.
Mark, in our conversations, obviously we had a little bit of disagreement on some of the things moving forward in the investment plan. And so it was my suggestion that he bring the plan forward as it is, and that I would make my comments with respect to the concerns that I have, and the board can then make their decision how they want to move forward. The investment policy I see as our chance to limit exposure in the markets from the commission standpoint and for the county. Obviously, our treasurer is our investment officer, and having filled that role for 30 years, I understand how that works. My philosophy was always to be extremely conservative. I felt like in investing public funds, the most important concern is the return of our principal rather than return on principal. And I think that there are some ways that we can try to receive additional yield on our investments that may be outside what I would perceive as being a prudent standard from my perspective. And I think when you get into some of the things that we've got in this policy on page 4, specifically the corporate bonds and the mutual funds, These are new concepts that we've not dealt with in the past. They're something that some of the other counties obviously are looking at potentially doing. I would not be comfortable with doing that as treasurer. I'm not comfortable with doing that as a commissioner. So my concern would be that we are creating additional risk. Is it a great risk? No, it's not. Is it going to cost us a little bit of yield with respect to our investments? Yes, it would. But in looking at it, I think that that's an issue. I think if you look at page 4, subsection E, it's giving some guidance for diversification of the instruments in our portfolio. And I certainly believe that we need to be diversified. I've had conversations with Mark and kind of told him, my feeling would be, I don't really like to see more than 70% of our portfolio in any given asset class or asset. And currently we're higher than that with a local government investment pool. And certainly things are going to change. And Mark and I have had this conversation. I don't believe that he'll probably be in a situation where he would be investing in that. But as a member of the board who has the opportunity to put some constraints on that, I think it would be wise to do that. And the last concern that I would have would be in subsection F, states to provide assurance that the county will be able to continue financial operations without interruption and dependent upon interest rates, satisfaction with services. The county will generally attempt to utilize at least 2 financial institutions as depositories. I would suggest that we, rather than making a general attempt to do that, that we utilize at least 2 financial institutions. So those are the comments I would have with respect to it. I think it's a very good policy. I think Mark has looked very much into this and he's very well aware of what these things are. He and I just have a little bit different philosophy on that, and that's fine. He's responsible for doing this. We're responsible for once again, putting potential constraints on if we see that there's a place that we need to do that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Certainly in your wheelhouse a little bit more than mine, so I appreciate the background on that. Commissioner Tillman, do you have some?
Yes, Mark, on item F, if we did say you will utilize 2 financial institutions, how would you select those 2?
We have multiple institutions already, so really there isn't a question about that. If you look on page 1, you'll see the financial institutions that we work with, and you can see kind of the rate of return from each one of those institutions. So it doesn't really affect us one way or the other.
It affects them though, that's my question.
It does. I mean,
The community happy,
Yeah.
by choosing one over the other.
Right now, our primary institution is Commerce Bank. Obviously, that does affect them if we had, and I don't know, I mean, we use several institutions already, so I don't think that the policy wouldn't specify that we had to have an equal split between the 2 institutions. It's just saying we needed multiple institutions, which is what we do.
So would you continue as you've outlined here with multiple instead of going to just 2? You would at least 2, but you would continue with the multiple that you already have.
Absolutely. Yep.
I have a question for Slaughter. Well, then should you list those in the policy, who they are?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tolman, we have, and this is another thing that I would think that Mark and I would agree on with respect to this. The policy that we have before us actually has a sunset provision for the end of 2023. We have applications for deposit of public funds that we approve each year. As part of our application process, I would suggest that each year when we approve those depositories for our public funds, that we look at the investment policy and we review the investment policy and approve it at the same time. So we would be looking at each of those banks or financial institutions in conjunction with the plan. There's a statutory requirement that we have an investment plan in place and that we review it once a year. I think that would be the appropriate time to do that when we're doing that.
Makes sense to me. Does it to you?
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I mean, we are operating under an investment policy that was actually written by Commissioner Slaughter. and that hasn't been updated. And so it's taken us some time to get to this point, but my plan is to review that and have you do that at the same time we approve the depositories. So
When do we do those? January?
Usually it's the first week in March. It takes with the depositories send those applications in January and February. We used to, and I'm sure that Mark is compiling that same list during that period of time, keeping those applications. And then once we've received all of them, I think there are 7 or 8 typically that we have. We usually then bring, or the treasurer then usually brings all of those for approval at that time.
Mr. Chairman, the question regarding corporate bonds and the mutual funds, there are some really strict guide rails in place by the state on this, and we are not allowed. So myself, I could not call up a broker and try to buy these things. We actually have to go through a fiduciary. Fiduciary is a person that we pay a percentage to manage our account. And so they do not buy instruments looking out for their best interest, or they can't mark them up. They have to sell them to us for the price that they buy them. We pay them a percentage to do that for us. And so they're looking out for our best interest when they purchase these things. And so it's not necessarily my guidance or my professionalism that would be bringing these things to the table. It would actually be somebody who is a managed professional, that this is all they do, is look at and buy these kinds of instruments. And so that's what the state guidance is on these.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Well, I truly appreciate Commissioner Slaughter's concern here, but these were discussions that were held very deeply at the state level when they expanded county's ability to make investments like this. And there's a reason they put those guardrails in place. I feel like Treasurer Cowan campaigned on his ability to make good choices, and I think the voters supported that. And I'm inclined to support this as written, and put my faith in him that he's going to make good decisions and not lead us down a terrible path. He's not going to put all of our reserves into a high risk security, but I think there's opportunities out there to put money into corporate bonds or mutual funds or ETFs and make some good return on sound investments. Sometimes investing in government pools is not the best way to handle government money.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting, first off, I didn't even know that, I guess I didn't recall that the county approved the investment policy until we started having these discussions. I can see both sides, I mean, obviously the county's treasury is important to reap as much, gain as you can. And so I understand kind of the short-term investments and trying to take advantage of the crazy interest rates. I also see the importance of taking care of the local institutions that we bank with and trying to, share the wealth, so to speak. I agree with Commissioner Richards in that, certainly this is obviously what you were elected to do, and I don't want to safeguard that too much, but at the same time, we do have obviously an interest in that as our piece of that policy. But the other side, I guess, is we're already 7 months through the year and we're still going off of what sounds like an expired policy. So if this does sunset and it ends at the end of this year, then I guess we can see, over this next 5 months or so where things shake out. And if there's any adjustments that need to be made, I would also feel comfortable addressing that, when we approve the depositories next year. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, then my question would be, should this end in next March so that we don't have a gap of no policy for 3 months?
It's a good question. I mean, I'm happy to extend it through till March when we get that done. Yeah.
I think, by default, they just continue on under this policy, even though it states within there that it would expire. It sounds like we've been running off an expired agreement. So, we can change that from the end of the calendar year 23 to, end of February, but I'm not sure it matters all that much as long as we're sure to revisit it at the same time that the new depositories or potential new depositories are approved.
I think it makes sense to make it till March 1st or something.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move to approve resolution 23-07 CC 02 with paragraph I amended to reflect an expiration date of the end of March 2024.
I would second that.
This does require the chairman to sign. Did you want to include that?
So included.
We do have a motion to approve Resolution 2307 CC 02, the Sweetwater County Statement of Investment Policy, with amending item I so that the policy shall be effective through the end of March 2024, which has been moved by Commissioner Richards, also allowing the chairman to sign. It's been seconded by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Let the record show. Resolution does pass 3
It's
to 1.
about time we disagreed on something.
I agree.
Thanks, Treasurer Cowan. We appreciate the information on that. And we'll see where it shakes out moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Didn't get my way. I'm not gonna come back.
We should be yelling at each other now.
Thank you to Commerce Bank for being here today and sitting through that. That was a lengthy, boring lesson for you all this morning.
Thank you, Kim.
Thanks for
Take
being
care.
here. Up next, commissioners, we do have resolution 2307 CC 01, authorizing an hourly increase for court appointed attorneys. We've got the clerk of district court, Donnelly Bocc, here, along with the Honorable Susanna Robinson, and welcome back.
Good afternoon. When I was notified that our budget had been approved, my budget for my office, I did not know if y'all had made a decision on the court appointed request. And I inquired and I was told that you had approved $125 an hour and that it needed a resolution. And this is my first shot at a resolution. So I hope it meets with your approval. If not, we can certainly do what we need to.
No, pretty straightforward. We appreciate that. That's probably our fault for not reaching out to you with that. We were a little brain dead, you might say, after a few months of budget discussions. And so anyway, yeah, we did.
And I did leave Commissioner Schoenfeld on there because she was a member at the time of budget. And I didn't know whether or not to remove it, so.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's been removed on our
Oh, okay.
packet copy, but any questions or discussion on the resolution, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner Richards.
make the motion that we approve resolution number 23-07 CC 01, increasing the hourly rate for court appointed attorneys from $100 per hour to $125 per hour.
Do you have a motion to approve resolution 2307 CC 01 by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
I just did want to say thank you for your time and I do appreciate you meeting us in the middle and I do think it will be helpful. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being our ongoing judge for our issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Next up is the series of contracts we have with the component units commissioners. We've got the events complex, Southwest Counseling, the library, and the museum. contracts before us today. Um, We had some discussions relative, obviously with the change in the mills and all of that, like we've been discussing. We decided with the 12 monthly payments, which a lot of that information is included. There was some questions that were raised relative to the capital amounts, because capital would be treated differently rather than just a monthly distribution. Capital is reimbursed through the voucher program because, as you all know, sometimes with our short construction season, if you have 10 projects that are approved and you only get around to 4 of them, there's no way for us to really keep track of whether or not that money went to the intended capital project. So I believe we've had a recommendation to approve some of the content. I'll have Mr. De Leon speak to this if needed here. With the 12 monthly payments less the capital amount, in which case, obviously, if that's still approved, that'll be written into the agreement, but it will be vouchered against as needed. Does that make sense to you all?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. De Leon has edited these contracts to address the concerns that I'd had earlier in the morning. I think that you'd had earlier this morning. Have you given those to everybody or just the one that you gave me?
And a lot of this stems from, as you'll see later in the agenda, when we're discussing the capital projects list and the approval of that, you might recall that it's been ran through project accounting through Christina's office. So this kind of ties together with that.
Mr. Chairman, specifically on the events complex Fair Board contract, it's been changed to reflect the capital expenditure that's been pulled out of the monthly disbursements. If you'll notice, I've discussed this with a couple of you, that the July disbursement is a much larger disbursement. Historically, the Fair Board has gone out for tax anticipation loans. And since we changed their funding model, there is no tax anticipation for them. So with the bulk of a large portion of their expenditures occurring in the next couple months, because this is the time they host fair and other fall events, they asked for a larger disbursement up front with the remaining balance of the disbursements spread out evenly over the next 11 months. That's why you see the $664,972.50 for July, and then the reduction to $118,427.13 in each of the additional 11 months. And as requested, the capital is pulled out of the disbursements and would be provided on a voucher basis.
Makes sense. Appreciate that. Sounds like that's okay on their end too, to help them out with the tax anticipation. So I guess with that, we'll start with the events complex contract. Is there any questions on that? Or did we miss anything, John?
No, I just wanted to, I guess, point out that, of course, were some concerns. These contracts are tough because you got to send them out to, got to make sure you hit everybody. You got to hit Christina, you got to hit, Jean, you got to hit HR for the insurance. You got to hit everybody internally. And then what today, you're looking that over to make sure it's okay to be able to present to the events complex. The events complex does have some particular need, as the chairman alluded to, and as Commissioner Richards alluded to. They need to be able to get some money up front so that they don't have to get that loan. Candy is here. So with the modification, she has the modified agreement. She can certainly speak to if the amounts that are identified work for their purposes. And it takes the modification, if you choose to use the voucher system for those capital projects, that's included in that modification. And Candy has that as well and can certainly speak to if that helps or hurts or whatever information she'd like to present. And so the request, I think, if it does become acceptable, would be a motion to approve the agreement and submit that to the Fair Board and for the chairman to be able to sign that because they will need those funds, I believe, by the end of the month.
Thanks, John. Any questions, any confusion on some of these modifications? Candy, does that work for you? Not to put you on the spot, but it's obviously your
Chairman, Commission, sorry, I'm under attire today. I did not expect to be here this morning, but I received a call this morning from Attorney De Leon and Treasurer Cowan, and I appreciate the heads up. So a couple of things, if you would consider. Treasurer Cowan is the one that brought up the idea of possibly changing the amount so that we could get more money up front, which we really appreciate. That's, I think, a smart move on everybody's part. The loan rate this year was 5.25%. And so if we can save that this year and not have to get that tax loan, that will certainly help, I think, everybody in the long run. I didn't have any issues with the agreement that was in the commission packet, but the new agreement that I was given just a few minutes ago is a little bit different. So I would just ask a couple of questions about the capital expenditures, and I understand what you're trying to do, but we use fund accounting also. And so I report each of those capital projects to purchasing at the end of the year. So there is actual accounting of how much we spend in each of those capital projects. So we can account for every dollar that you give us on each of those line items. So I guess I'm a little bit concerned about why the need to go through the voucher system instead, but we'll do whatever makes sense to you guys. But it makes more sense for us to have that money and be able to expend it. That's almost $700,000 that we would have to expend and then get reimbursed for. So again, it's sort of a cash flow issue on our end. And I think we've been very transparent about what we want the money for and what we're doing with the money. And we're happy to report things differently if you don't agree. But for us, it would make more sense to have that money up front, be able to expend it on those projects and then report back to you. And the only thing, we're a little bit different, I think, than some of the agencies in that our maintenance team does a lot of the work. So, we're not hiring a contractor that's sending us one bill to complete a project that then we submit to you for reimbursement. We're going to Win Nelson and Codell and Home Depot and all of these places to pick up parts and materials. And then we're having to compile that to turn it in for reimbursement. So just a question about why that's changed and if there's an option to look at that differently.
this year's budget cycle has been intense.
It has. And I will say we have 3 capital projects on the capital list. The major one was the re-roofing of the 3 buildings. And so that one would obviously be outsourced and would be a little bit easier to do in the fashion that you're asking. So if there's a way to do it both directions, that might work too. But like I said, we'll do whatever you want. Just, I guess, unsure about why it didn't work the way we're doing it before.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
I think, Candy, this is a symptom of an overall policy change and how we're trying to deal with all of our component entities. We're trying to get a little bit of a handle on those capital expenses. And part of that is us intending to go to some longer term plans on how we do capital. But there was concern, and it's not specific to you. There's concern that if we just put $500,000 into a capital expenditure, and then it's not expended, what do we do with the budget next year? And we're trying to manage capital a little differently than we do day-to-day operations.
Mark, do you have something you want to add?
So Commissioner Richards is correct, but the beauty and the reason we kind of leaned this direction was in the past, they would have been appropriated a mill and they would have to wait for that capital to build so that they could do the project. In this scenario, we could do the project immediately if it was presented to the board and the board said, go ahead and disperse and let's do it. And so it gives us the ability to fund projects immediately rather than wait for the funds to come in and deal with those things. And then in this case, if you wanted to bring the project forward, the board could go ahead and approve that capital right then, and we could take care of that in that immediate time frame, instead of waiting for those mills to come in and having to either go get loans to take care of those things and then pay it back. So it just kind of provides a little bit, it makes it a little bit more nimble the way you can act on those capital things.
Yeah, and I guess the example we kind of looked at it, we're trying to obviously be as accountable as we can. And again, that's not directed at the events complex, but even with, the money that we agreed to for the hospital, it was, they kind of wanted the 3 million up front. And we had a lot of discussion about that with what happens if it doesn't cost 3 million and it comes in at 2.8, and so that's some of where that voucher against, project came from, but not every component unit or agency is the same, and some handle things a little bit differently, which is the complexity on our end, but we're obviously just trying to account for the taxpayers' dollars and making sure that it's going to what it's intended to, which we have full faith. That's exactly what you guys will do. But I think part of the change obviously is the mill, but also, this capital project, accounting that we're now incorporating is an additional change on top of that. So I don't know if that makes a huge deal. If you guys know you're doing this roofing project and you have estimates that it's 250,000, you submit that to us, we issue the money, and you proceed that way.
You, Chairman and Commission, in the past, how it's worked, and maybe I misunderstand, is we expend the money. And then we turn that into you all as receipts, and then we get that money reimbursed to us, correct? So what I'm saying is $700,000 in capital out of our general operating budget. If we expend even half of that at one time to come up with $350,000 out of our operating budget. And then even if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month before we get that reimbursement back from the county, that's a big chunk of our operating funds that's now been taken out for that capital project. And maybe that's not how you're thinking that it's going to work, but that's how it's worked in the past. So if we sign the contract for those 3 roofing projects, they complete the project, they send us a bill for $359,000, then we have to write them that check for $359,000, then fill out the paperwork, submit it to you guys to then be reimbursed within 30 days, probably. So that would be my biggest concern, is that turnaround time. And like I said, we will make it work. We've done it like this before. That's how we've done the SLIB grants and some other things that we've done, so we can make it work. I just think maybe there were some other options to be able to be accountable for the money without having to have you guys do it that direction.
Thoughts, commissioners?
Yeah, well, if you have a contract, maybe you could bring it to us and we could pay it earlier. Like if you have a roofing contract. I don't know.
That's
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
Cindy, what is the typical turnaround on a voucher request?
Both. Okay. That makes a difference. A week makes a difference for sure.
Because I'm sure you're probably not aware, every Thursday we approve that week's vouchers. We don't have to wait till the next meeting or the next month when those vouchers come in, because this is pre-approved budget item and it's coming out of budget line items. We just review our vouchers once a week and authorize them.
That's kind of how I pictured it. I mean, I understand some of the complexities you're
Sure.
bringing, but I looked at it more as, once you know what those costs are, you're submitting, we're paying you, and then you're able to pay. But I realize there's a little bit of a delay there, but that might help with your, having to spend half your operating budget down and then worry about surviving another month until you get reimbursed. I mean, I understand that aspect, but.
So just to muddy the waters one more time. So we typically then submit all of that stuff to purchasing for their reporting and all of that. Would that be reported then through you all, since you're since you'll have that information through the voucher system that you've paid, or is that still a separate, or do we need to talk about that later? Okay. All those assets are reported to Marty and Aaron at purchasing, so they would technically be paid for not twice because we're being reimbursed, but we just need to make sure that whether we're accounting for all of that or whether the county is accounting for all of that based on the reimbursement process.
Don't worry, we'll only pay you once.
Yes. Yeah. So, and I don't want to muddy the waters because I know this is important to get going and probably more important for us than a lot of people, but just some food for thought.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I think we go with this for now. And if we run into roadblocks in 6 months, come visit us and we can address that and do what we need to do. And remember, you're saving 5% on interest
Right.
payments. So that's, we'll split that with you if you
Right.
want, but that helps.
Well, and part of this, because we had various, similar questions this morning, was maybe we should just table this and get this all worked out. Which you need the money.
Right.
hopefully, Before the end of the month. And so that's somewhat of why we're trying to push this through to help you out in anticipation of fair and everything. So I agree with that. I know there's others that have been kind of a work in progress, especially when these were first originally rolled out. We want to be fair. We want to continue the relationship. We want to be accountable, but we also don't want to make it an accounting nightmare at
Right.
the same time. So
Chairman and Commission, I'm good with that. I think I was speaking with Christina back there too, and Jean, and I think we're all reasonable human beings, all of us. So I think if we proceed forward with the idea that this is going to work, and if we run into stumbling blocks, we can come back and readdress it, would be fine with us.
everyone good with that?
Thank you.
Thanks, Candy. Appreciate you coming over.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move we approve the fiscal year 2023-2024 agreement between the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners and the Sweetwater County Fair Board, and submit that to the Fair Board for approval and authorize the chairman to sign.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that.
With the capital improvement modifications.
As presented
as
here
presented.
by Mr. DeLeon.
Motion by Commissioner Richards, second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All righty. One down. Next is the Southwest Counseling contract. There is no capital included within that budgeted amount this year, so I believe this one's pretty straightforward, going back to the 12 monthly payments. Don't see anything else. Did you have anything to add on that, John?
The only addition that I added was through an HR recommendation, which was in section 6.5, which says the county's insurance policy covers personal property located in real property rented by recipient. So Southwest rents some properties, and the county insurance does in fact cover some of the personal property in those rented units. So I included that on the pursuant to input from staff, just like in the other situation. So that was included, and with your approval, I will add that to this, and it will be submitted to Southwest, to their board.
Okay, thanks, John. Any questions on this agreement, commissioners?
That was paragraph 6.5, John.
Yes. It reads specifically, county will have the property insurance through WARM. And then the added language is the county's insurance policy covers personal property located
in real property rented by recipient.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd move to approve the 2023-24 budget agreement between the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners and Southwest Counseling Services with paragraph 6.5 to amend the language presented by Mr. De Leon, and to submit that for approval by Southwest Counseling Board and authorize the chairman to sign.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. We got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Getting on a roll, so I gotta slow down for my minute taker over there.
Don't let it think you're gonna get out of getting lunch for us.
Next is the library contract. This too had some modifications, I believe, due to the capital. So. And it looks like we had an address we needed to update in Reliance, but you'll see that in that.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The library did call. They did notify, I believe it was Clerk Lane, that there was an additional property. And so that was included. They also had a few other modifications. So again, they are looking at these in advance by you providing notice. And so we were able to make some modifications before they're actually submitted to the entities. And this does include, as the chairman identified, recognizing that the capital construction funds will be reimbursed through the voucher methodology.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I don't think the capital will be as big of an issue with the library, as they hold quite a bit of cash on hand that we're expecting them to spend down anyway. Whereas the Fair Board didn't operate with as much cash on hand, so. I think as it's amended by Mr. De Leon, it looks pretty good.
Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Seems to follow suit with what we've been discussing. If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the 2023-2024 budget agreement between the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners and the Sweetwater County Library Board of Directors as amended and presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second,
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion?
and authorize the chairman to sign.
Oh, I screwed that one up. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Final one is the museum contract. Same thing here. Looks like John's got some updates to pass out relative to the capital change. Sir. Any questions, comments on this one?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
move to approve the 2023-24 budget agreement between the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners and the Sweetwater County Historical Museum. And present that contract to the museum board and authorize the chairman to sign.
I would second that.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. We have a second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, John. Appreciate you putting those together. A little bit complex this year with all the changes, but I think after this year, we can finally put some of this oddity behind us and move forward. So thanks for putting those together for us.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question though.
No, we've
What's-
moved on. Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Jeez.
Well, it's getting too serious. We gotta lighten up around here.
I forgot what I was gonna ask. Oh, I did remember. The ones that we sign contracts with, would it be appropriate to get them on our schedule to reporting quarterly? Or I know some of them do it on their own, but some don't report. We almost have to drag them in here.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Toman, you as a board, this is your sort of first year to get these ones in place. The primary purpose, of course, was the conversion from the mills to the appropriation and then to get the capital construction done through a voucher system. You can add whatever policies you want to any particular agreement at your direction. We will include whatever policies you would like to help improve the programs and the priorities. That's something that you've discussed in terms of these different entities, is how to help them recognize the county's priorities. And you can include those policies or priorities as you deem fit. And we'll be glad to include any policy or priority that you would like to have recognized by the entities when you
Mr.
decide.
Chairman. May I?
Commissioner Toman.
I think all of them ask for audit and access to records. But I'm just saying unofficially, maybe we could get Sally to help us work up a calendar, so they all don't report in March. Maybe we stagger them, so we have so many each month, and that all of them get to report. At least we decide every 6 months, every 3 months, whatever.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Well, I love to hear from our component agencies. I don't know that I want to hear from them every 3 months. We have long enough meetings as it is, and that's why we have liaison systems. You're always welcome, Candy. Always welcome, Candy. But they have for better, no better word, businesses to run too, and they don't need to be in here talking to us all the time. Just because we want to hear them talk. If they have something to say, I think they're going to come tell us. But we have at least currently a pretty good functioning liaison system, and they're all coming and reporting to us once a year. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I mean, that's why we went with the liaison system. I know they were coming to present to you guys a little more often before when you guys got rid of that system, but I think kind of an annual update would be good. But for the most part, that's the reason we attend 600 meetings a month, to keep everyone in the loop as to what's
That is
going
your
on.
job, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
I believe,
Thank you.
is that all of them, John? There's Board of Health. Is there another one I'm missing?
And the
Hospital. Okay.
Well, we have hospital, airport, and joint communication. We do have
I just mean other
contracts.
component units.
Yeah, we should have 2 more.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, item number 11, we've got the award of a contract for professional services to William H. Smith and Associates Incorporated for County Road 1, McKinnon Road Rehabilitation Study Project. Got Mr. Legursky here with us this afternoon, and good afternoon, Gene.
Good afternoon. I won't take too much of your time, but if I can step back a little bit, I know there's 3 new board members and a lot of you guys know how this is going, how this goes on, but I think there's some confusion between what an RFP actually is and what a bid is. And I just want to kind of clear that up. RFPs, request for proposal, they typically go out to architectural engineering firms. And what that is if you have an idea of a project or a study, think of a 50,000 foot view. You engage an architect or an engineering firm and they say, okay, we can get this down to a biddable project. And what that is I'll just use an easy road, for example. So you're redoing 6 miles of road. And you get the engineer and say, hey, I want to do this 6 miles of road. Well, they don't know what materials underneath it. They don't know anything about that road. So they got to come up with a project and specifications and other things and planning documents that they can give to a contractor to actually do a hard base bid. And when that goes, and why I say that is because when you read this letter, and Commissioner Slaughter can speak to this a little bit, we have certain qualifications that we assign numbers to based on how good their proposal is, how good their team is, how good different things are that we think are important. And that's how we come up with who gets the RFP. If you actually do an RFP with federal money, you actually have to go by what's called the Brooks Act. The Brooks Act is really interesting to read, like all acts from the federal government are. So if you ever can't sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, pull it out. And how that is actually is it's solely qualifications based. If you do stuff with federal money, and this project doesn't have federal money in it, if you do stuff with federal money, you actually get the proposal and you get one envelope that has their price in it. You grade everybody based on what their qualifications are. And then as soon as you get the number one firm that you think is the most qualified, you pull out their price. You don't like their price, you start negotiating with them. And if you can't come up with a negotiated price, then you push them aside and go to number two. You pull out their price proposal and do the same thing. Now, if you can't get it with number two, you can't go back to number one. That's pass it. So there's very strict rules with that. And most people are used to a bid. I give it to 3 contractors. I take the low bid and I go on. That's not how proposals work. And I think I need to clarify that because sometimes out in the public, there's some confusion on how proposals work. Now on this one, we do take in price because price is important, but it's a very small minority of how I believe we graded on a scale of 268 points. We put in very general things like, is the proposal price within expected norms and within a reasonable cost? So I just kind of wanted to lay that out there with that, because when we did this, for one, it's a study. 2, we lay out a big scope and this is how they try to narrow it down on what they see fit. So it's more based on, hey, what did you guys bring to the table? And can we get the right thing that we need out of the end? It's not a hard bid number price. So I just want to kind of make that clear. And if there's any questions on that, I know I've explained it a couple different times, but we have 3 new commissioners on the board and I thought I would just throw that out there. So.
Yeah, thanks for that, Gene. I lived that one pretty strong. So
Yes.
I understand the importance of the difference between a proposal and bids. Thanks.
Yeah, and it is, and it's confusing, and then you throw in request for qualifications before proposals, and it even throws that in a little bit weird. But I just thought I'd make that clear. So what you have before you is County Road 1. As you know, County Road 1 is the McKinnon Road. It goes down to McKinnon Washam area. It was a road given to us back in the 1930s by YDOT. It's under disrepair. There's some good spots, there's some bad spots, and there's some horrible spots. I know Commissioner Richards and Commissioner Slaughter went down there a couple of weeks ago, I believe, drove the road. This was already in the plan. So what we're doing under this is we're trying to find an engineering firm that can break that project down into manageable bite-sized chunks. We have an elephant down in the southwest corner of the state or of our county that if we were to do it and completely reconstruct it, it would be $52 million. We get about $3 million in gas tax a year for all of our roads. So we need to break it down into manageable chunks and actually do something. And what this is going to do is give us a path forward of reasonable chunks, other alternatives of, do we need a reconstruction? Can we get away with the crack seal? Can we do a hot in place? Can we do cold in place? Can we turn it back to, dirt and inject some cement and chip seal on it? This is going to give us a path work for that 28 miles of road so we can start planning further into the future and get this done and get it to a usable road at some time without bankrupting all the other roads, in the county. So.
Appreciate that information, Gene. Any questions for Gene, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to award the CR number 1 McKinnon Road Rehabilitation Study for the above referenced project, McKinnon Road Rehabilitation Study, to William H. Smith and Associates.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that.
You have a motion to approve the award of contract to William H. Smith Associates.
And to have the chairman sign.
in the amount not to exceed $132,580 and allow the chairman to sign all necessary contract documents by Commissioner Slaughter. We have a second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
in the 6 months or so I've been a commissioner, there's no other subject I've been contacted about at a higher rate than County Road 1. I mean, me and Gene have had some long discussions. Me and Commissioner Slaughter have had some long discussions. It is a, as he said, an elephant down there that 75 cars a day use, but every one of those cars is important, and this is the first step. And I hope to assure the folks down in McKinnon that we are taking it seriously. We want to make positive strides towards making that road safe. It's not an overnight job. We've had trucks down there patching that road. It's getting to the point where all the patches in the world won't make a difference. And this is the first step toward a long-term solution. So we are working on it, and I'll be voting in support of this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah. Kudos.
I would, on behalf of the residents down there, I know they really appreciate that you're reaching out to make an effort to do something. Thank you.
Do you have a motion and a second on the table? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gene. Next is item number 12, the approval of the fiscal year 2024 capital projects list for Core County and component units. We've got Christina Marshall with us here this afternoon. Which obviously we just discussed some of the component units, but welcome, Christina.
I was going to say good morning, but time has flown by today. So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So as you just stated, we've already begun talking about county capital projects, but I'm going to go through my presentation first. So the county, as you know, allocates millions upon millions of dollars annually for capital projects to ensure and carry out essential government services and quality of life facilities for local residents and visitors to Sweetwater County. So 3 years ago, a capital committee was formed to fiscally improve and make more transparent the budgeting process for capital expenses over $10,000 in debt service, excluding, unfortunately, my favorite subject of grants. So it's budgeted separately. So the capital committee prioritizes projects with available resources, oversees ongoing activities, and strategically plans for long-term needs. So in fiscal year 2023, the capital committee began using project accounting to manage the expenses. So to understand that clearly, instead of having 15 different departments do capital projects, it's like one department of capital projects where you could see them. So we can see the completions on an annual basis, cash carryover, forfeited funding, etc. Although the annual budget resolution allocates an appropriation for capital projects, approval of a specific capital list is an important part of the committee's practices for transparency. So to educate you, the actual members of the capital committee that was established again years ago is a county commissioner representative, which happens to be Commissioner Slaughter, the sheriff or his representative, the public works director, the IT director, the purchasing director, the accounting manager, and myself. After the discussion earlier with Candy, it makes me think maybe there should be a representative from the component units or some dialogue with them, but that's for another discussion. So in summary, the county's capital budget for fiscal year 2024 was $68,928. In your packet, I have split that up between Core County, including debt service. That amount was $8,139,123. For component units, it was $929,805. For those of you that studied the resolution in your packet, there is a 96-cent difference because the resolution was rounded up. So some final notes. This request includes implementing two main groups of procedures. So for core county capital projects, it grants permission to transfer funding between the projects on the specific list, contingent upon approval from the members of the capital committee, not to exceed the fiscal year 2024 budgeted amount of $8,139,123. And second, requiring any new projects outside of that list to be presented and authorized to the county commission. We will look at how that was implemented last year on my attachments. Second, this request also includes implementing for the first time a reimbursement of capital project expenditures as authorized on the fiscal year 2024 capital projects list through county vouchers instead of advanced distribution of funding. I want to emphasize this is new. I think everyone is reasonable and want to see the component units succeed in their projects. This is the same process that outside agencies are currently using to submit vouchers and they get reimbursed. I was just talking to Candy that the clerk's office accepts those vouchers by Tuesday and then pay out by the end of the week. So it is an efficient process. Finally, there's no form to sign as the capital allocation was approved in the budget resolution. So I want to turn your attention to the lists in your packet. So the first one is the actual list you're approving, and that consists of 2 pages. So the first item to bring to your attention is for Core County. The request of $530,000 represents fiscal year 23 projects that were not completed. And then those departments asked to carry them over into the new budget. And then at the bottom, you have the total for, again, Core County that includes that carryover. And then second, you have the component units. There were only 3 component units on the capital list, and that was the events complex, the library, and the museum. And their total was $929,805. So in practice, those capital projects will have their own project account in which they would charge against. So if you turn the page, I provided you a summary of the actuals from fiscal year 23. You have the adopted amount. Then you have a column of transfers. All those transfers were discussed between the members of the committee. And I actually keep that documentation, PDF it, and upload it into the project. In terms of actuals, only 58.5% of the budget was actually expended, whereas 22.6% was carried over. I guess, just to be clear, this is great data for long-term planning. How much can we feasibly get done in a fiscal year and so forth? So with that, I hope you understood. And I'm available for any questions. And I'm fortunate that 2 members of the Capital Committee are here in this room too, or 3.
Thanks, Christina. Always very informative, like usual. Yes, I was able to follow right along with that. So job well done. Any questions for the capital projects list for Core County and component units, commissioners? For whatever it's worth, I personally kind of enjoy being able to look at that through the project accounting and see, what's been expended, what hasn't. And as we talked about earlier, it's always a short construction season. So we're trying to jam pack as much as we possibly can into a short few months, especially this year, but makes good sense to me. Any other comments, thoughts, questions?
Good work, committee.
With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 capital projects and debt service list for Core County and component units and the recommended procedures as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman. or s-
Very clear.
So I have a trick question to see if you're paying attention. If the capital projects for Core County was in the project 23 CAP, what do you think the fiscal year 24 project's going to be called?
The 24 CAP.
Thank you.
The genius.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we will have a separate project for the component units being 24 CUC. So component unit capital. So
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
as we go forward, one thing I always hear is Sweetwater County never has long-term plans. And I would sure like to see the capital committee not just rank projects for this year, but maybe project out and say, these are what we see coming over the next 2, 3, 5 years. I know new stuff comes up all the time, but it sure would be nice to be able to look and see this is what what we expect to be a capital expenditure 3 years from now. So we can start looking towards that as we budget.
You've done that, haven't you?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, so we have discussed, I know with all the commissioners are interested in proper planning, including payroll, but this will start giving you a dollar amount too. You could just start plugging in saying this is what we can feasibly do as well. So,
Yeah, and I think that ties with, kind of making a capital reserve in our budget to show that, we're not just stashing cash like we talked about during all that we are trying to plan for the future, but no one pays attention to the juicy stuff. They just like to complain. With that, we'll move right along since we are quite a bit behind here. We've got the approval to submit a fiscal year 2024 CMAQ grant application. With us again is Christina Marshall and Andy Hooton, the Assistant Public Works Director.
okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the Public Works Department is requesting permission to submit a fiscal year CMAQ or Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Grant application to the Wyoming Department of Transportation. It requires a 20% cash match and would need to be completed by December 31st, 2026. So the purpose of CMAQ federal funding is to alleviate air quality issues created by energy development and other industrial activity in the area. If approved, the funding will be used to apply magnesium chloride dust suppressant to various county roads. So the project consists of approximately 71 miles of magnesium chloride to the different roads. The application will be a request of $384,800. The county's match portion would be $96,200 for a total budget of $481,000. Some final notes, the required cash match was included in the fiscal year 24 grant projects budget. In your documents, the resolution states that Andy Hooton, the Assistant Public Works Director, will oversee the project. So he's the project administrator. In your packet, I've provided a list of roads that Andy provided me. He also submitted a beautiful map that I think Megan in our mapping department provided of the different roads and color version. With that, I'm available for any questions, or Andy's here to support me as the project administrator.
Thanks, Christina. Any questions on this CMAQ grant application, commissioners? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to sign resolution 2307 GR01 and the related documents for the submission of a fiscal year 2024 CMAQ grant application.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
so moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
I would second that.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Christina.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up on the agenda is the Federal Aviation Administration Grant Agreement, RKS NMG 3-56-0025-049-2023. And I believe online with us today, we've got Devin Brubaker, the airport director. Sorry, we're a little bit behind schedule here, Devin, but hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I should be pretty quick here. Before you is a grant agreement from the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $152,000 and change, or I'm sorry, $147,290. This goes towards funding the cost of design on a runway and taxiway lighting project that will go to construction next year. The total design costs are $157,110. The difference between the FAA grant and the total cost will be covered by a YDOT grant to the tune of $5,892, and then airport cash to the tune of $3,928. The local match amounts to a 2.5% local match. As a reminder, Mr. Chairman, all these FAA grants come as electronic signatures, so they will hit your inbox after the airport board signs it, which was, they approved it earlier today. It'll hit your inbox once it's signed, and then it'll go to your county attorney for his signature as well after your signature. So I'm happy to answer any questions you all have on that. Otherwise, I'll stand by questions. Sorry.
Any questions, commissioners? Hearing none, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
move to approve the Federal Aviation Administration Grant Agreement RKSNMG 3-56-025-049-2023 and authorize the chairman to execute.
And I would second that.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. We got a second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman. Devin, do you think you could do something about these naming conventions on these grants?
I wish I had control over the FAA, but no.
Do have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion is unanimous. We are almost 45 minutes behind. We were supposed to go to lunch at 12:30, in which case we would come back at 1:30 for an executive session. I guess we'll take about 20 minutes here and hope Mary's got some snacks in her desk. We will resume at 1:30, in which case we will then enter into an executive session to discuss legal personnel and real estate.